A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, not only have the Aces gone broke, but they also have a house guest in the person of Jane's 18-year-old niece Betty, who arrived in town to take the job of Mr. Ace's secretary. But Mr. Ace himself is looking for a job now. This week they must also give up the bungalow in which they live and hunt for an apartment. This episode is in several scenes, showing Jane looking for an apartment and Mr. Ace looking for a job. First to Jane and an apartment manager. Listen.
Are you the superintendent here?
Yes, madam.
Well, I'd like to see an apartment, please.
Very well. Just, what did you have on your mind?
Oh, plenty. But I'd like to see an apartment anyhow.
What?
An apartment, you know.
Yes, I know, but, I meant just what sort of an apartment did you have in mind? How many rooms and what price?
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know for sure. I haven't lived in an apartment for so long. We've been living in our own home.
Oh, going to give up housekeeping?
Yes.
Well, did you want something already furnished?
No, we have our own furniture.
I see. Well, perhaps if I showed you a floor at some of our vacancies.
Beg pardon?
Here we are. Now, perhaps if you look these over.
Oh, Blue Point. Let me see them. Oh, are these the different kind of apartments you have for sale?
Well, we have a few vacancies. They range from the single-room efficiency apartment like this one, for instance.
What's that?
That's the single-room efficiency apartment.
Oh, I don't want a single room. I'm married.
Well, a married couple could easily live in this efficiency apartment. You see, everything here is compact, built into the wall.
Oh, you mean like if you press the bookcase, it's a sink and things like that?
Well, not precisely, Mrs. Ace, not precisely. You see, this single room is more...
But I need much more room than that.
Oh, well, then, of course, you wouldn't be interested in this one.
No.
Well, about how many rooms did you have in mind?
Well, let me see. I've got my girlfriend living with us. She's my best friend. She's always lived with us. It just wouldn't be like home without her. Of course, she pays me for room and board.
I see. Is that all?
Is that all? I didn't tell you how much she paid me.
No. I mean, is that all extra room you need?
Oh, well, just this week, my niece came to live with us, and she's going to stay with us. I need a room for her, too.
And you and Mr. Ace. Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Now, that's 2 extra bedrooms. Yes, you'd require our 5-room special Ruxley Arms suite.
What's that?
It's the Ruxley Arms apartments are so well known for. Would you want the sunken living room?
What's that?
The living room that sinks.
That's what?
Sinks.
Oh, well, I'd like to see it. I might be interested.
I'd be glad to show it to you. There's one on the 4th floor facing south you could have, or one on the 5th floor facing northeast.
All right.
Well, would you like to look at both of them, or do you prefer any certain exposure?
Well, no, we like a little privacy.
Oh, yes. But, well, I'll show you both. Excuse me. Miss Corbett. I'll have the girl get tea for me. Miss Corbett. Isn't she back in once yet? She's been gone over an hour.
And who is she?
Oh, she's supposed to be the girl in the office here. But you never can find her when you... No, she's still out.
She is? Why, that's awful. Over an hour?
Yes, well, I'll get the keys myself.
You ought to get a new secretary.
Well, she usually doesn't do this.
Oh, but she oughtn't to do it at all. Now, if you want to get a new secretary, I know a girl that's marvelous.
Well, you see, Miss Corbett's been here ever since the building was open.
Oh, not ever since, if you say she's been gone over an hour for lunch.
Oh, here are the keys right
and
here.
if you want to get another girl, I know a girl...
Oh, that's very, very kind, Mrs. Ace. I'll be glad to keep it in mind.
All right.
Now, if you'll kindly come with me, I'll show you these apartments.
Should I give you her name?
What's that?
The girl I was telling you about.
Oh, yes. We'll be back, Mrs. Ace. Thank you. Now, right through the lobby here, please.
Oh, I love this lobby.
Yes. Isn't it gorgeous?
I think it's clean.
I think it's gorgeous.
Well, I think... Well, yes.
Here we are. Right here, please.
Oh, in here?
Yes.
Oh, this room is awfully small. Is this the Ruxley Arms special?
Mrs. Ace, this is the elevator.
Oh.
I'll take you to the 4th floor first.
All right. Oh, you work the elevators yourself, don't you?
Yes.
So you see, that's the reason I'm open for some sort of a job, Mr. Gifford, and I thought that you might have something that I could tackle.
Well, Mr. Ace, you've come to me at a very bad time. They're not putting anybody on this time. All the buildings we manage already have superintendents and house managers.
Oh, I see.
However, I'll be glad to take your name in case something does show up.
Well, that's the next best thing, I guess.
That's a bad time of the year right now.
I found that out. I've been to half a dozen real estate places this morning already, and they all tell me the same story.
Yes, I'm afraid you're going to find that pretty general at this time. Why don't you try for something else? Does it have to be in this line?
Well, no, I guess not. But having been in the real estate business so long, and being that it's more or less in my line, I thought...
I see. Were you always in the real estate business?
No, I once sold furniture on the road.
I guess that's pretty well filled up right now, too.
Yeah, I guess so. I haven't tried that yet. I really didn't want to go on the road. You see, when I was on the road, I was single. I'm married now.
I see. Would you just write your name and phone number right there?
Oh, yes. I've had quite little dealings with apartment buildings and office buildings, and I feel sure that I could do a good job for you managing some building you operate if something turns up.
Yes, I think you could, too. I'll keep you in mind.
Oh, by the way, we're moving this week, and I'll have to drop in and give you my new phone number later on.
Okay, anytime.
Well, thanks for your bother, Mr. Gifford.
Not at all. Glad to meet you. And I'll keep you in mind if something shows up.
And this is what you call a 5-room rectally armed suite?
Yes, this is one of them. Of course, it's in quite a mess right now. The people who had it just moved out, and we haven't had a chance to fix it up. If you can overlook the dirt.
Well, it's kind of hard to. What are those white squares on the wall?
Where, Mrs. A?
Oh, well, there's one there, and there's two on that wall.
Oh, those are where pictures hung.
Pictures?
Yes, as I say, the apartment is a thorough going over.
Well, this won't be, I'm afraid.
Of course, you're seeing it at a disadvantage, Mrs. A. I'm sure you saw it after it was repainted and decorated.
No, we couldn't take this one.
Well, is it too small?
Oh, no, it's nice and big. It's just that, well, I can't start spending money for things now, and I'd have to buy some new pictures to fit those squares on the wall.
New pictures?
Yes, especially a big one for that square there. And right now, we can't afford it very well.
But, Mrs. A...
Well, I might as well tell you this, Mr.
Jones.
Mrs. Jones. Well, I might as well tell you this. You see, the reason we're moving into an apartment is to cut down expenses.
But, Mrs. A, if you could see this apartment as it really should be seen, I'm sure you would be satisfied with the rent we're asking.
No, I wouldn't take this one. I don't care what price you stimulate.
But may I show you the same apartment on the 6th floor?
What's that one like?
Well, at least it's in order.
Order of this one?
On the order.
This order?
Well, it's not in this order.
You just said it was in this order.
On this order.
On this order?
On this order, but not in this order.
Well, I don't know which order it is.
It's on this order.
Well, if it's on this order, I won't like it.
But you will because it's not in this order.
Well, make up your mind what order it is, Mr. Jones.
Mrs. H., you're trying my patience.
Well, if I am, I don't like them. Now, what order do you mean?
I say it's in order, but not...
Now, order, Mr. Jones. Don't get so excited.
Well, I can't help it. I could stamp my foot. You just come along with me and I'll show it to you.
Well, if you want me to, but if it's on this order...
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going to get me with that again. You just come along with me and I'll show it.
If you have anything at all in the light of managing one of your apartment buildings, I'd be interested in taking the job.
Well, I don't think we have anything at this writing, Mr. Ace. In fact, we've been more or less reprinting.
Nothing at all?
I don't think so. Let's see. Just had the girl lay this list of our buildings on my desk.
Well, I don't have to tell you that I feel I could do a good job for you, Mr. Frank.
Oh, I'm sure of that. And the tough grip you had.
Yes, it was. But there's no use sitting around moaning about that now.
No, I guess not. Let's see here. Yeah, it seems pretty well filled up. I did hear of something just the other day. What was it now? It's either one of our buildings or somebody else's.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you could think of it, Mr.
I'm trying to. Let's see now. Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, what was it?
Yes, it's not ours, though. It's the Ruxley Arms. You know what that is?
Yes, I think so.
Jones, Truman, and Hecker have it. They're looking for a house manager. Jones, I think, is sitting until they find one.
Oh, good. I'll go right over and see them.
Well, why don't you just go right over there to the apartment? I think you'll find Mr. Jones there.
Well, thanks for the tip. I will.
You're welcome.
I've got the car downstairs. I'll skip over right now. Good luck to you.
Mrs. H., there's all the difference in the world between the two apartments, isn't there?
Yes, I see what you mean.
Now, of course you do. Those people who had the place downstairs left it looking like a pig pen. That was on account of the dogs they had, too. The superintendent we had here didn't enforce the rules.
What rules?
No dogs allowed.
No dog?
No, absolutely no.
Why not?
We don't like them around. That's why not.
Don't like dogs? Why, I certainly don't see why.
Oh, Mrs. Vance, have you
I
got...
can't understand a person that doesn't like dogs.
Well, I didn't know that you...
My mother always told me that persons that don't like dogs are usually mean. And if they don't like dogs around here, then they probably don't like seeing people happy, or they don't let them have other things they want.
Dogs are positively out. I'm sorry.
Well, I am, too.
They save each other a lot of bother, Mrs. Vance. This way, please.
Oh, we can no bother, Mr. Jones.
Now, do you perhaps, Mrs. Vance? This way for the elevator.
Oh, yes.
Here we are.
When's the rent of that apartment in there?
What difference does it make now, Mrs. Vance?
Well, I just wondered.
Well, that apartment rents for $75 a month, unfurnished.
Unfurnished without a dog, you mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that's not so very cheap.
It's a matter of opinion, Mrs. Vance. And besides, there's no use of talking about that now. Here we are.
Dog couldn't run his dog their own house.
Couldn't run it.
Well, thanks anyhow, Mr. Jones. I'm
Mr. Jones.
Well, dear.
Jane, what are you...
You won't like this here, dear.
But, Jane, just a minute. Mr. Jones.
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Vance. No dog.
Dog?
Absolutely not. I don't care what kind of a dog you've got, or how will you think of him, or her, or it.
We have no dog.
You have no dog.
What is this?
Oh, I see a dog. I should about as much as I can.
But, Mr. Jones, if
you won't like an apartment on our order, Mr. Vance.
On what order?
Oh, no, now. You two don't start that now. Come on, dear.
But I'm not...
I give up. I can't, and I won't go through another session like this past hour. Mrs. H., I'm just reading. I never in all my life...
Don't work yourself up to such a lavender, Mr. Jones.
Jane,
now, come on, dear. We won't like it, dear.
Well, not only did Jane lose an apartment, but Mr. Ace lost a chance for a job. But they keep on trying, as does Betty, as we learn when next we meet the easy...
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Mr. Marvin?
Hi, Ethelbert. Are we on the air?
Yeah, but, say, you don't have your script with you tonight.
Oh, I don't need a script for what I have to say. Everyone knows that the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation is the world's largest maker of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Gray Kitten. On the edge of our city is lovely Greenwood Lake. Just before midnight, an automobile pulls up to one of the big bungalows along the shore, and a tall, dark man gets out. Seeming to brace himself, he goes to the door and opens it with his key. Seated before the fireplace is a large and determined-looking middle-aged woman.
Hello, Carlos.
Why, Hester, this is a pleasant surprise.
Where's my sister?
Jessie, left for Detroit this evening.
Detroit?
Didn't she let you know?
She certainly didn't. She phoned me this morning and said she wanted to discuss something with me. She said nothing about leaving town.
Oh, you know our Jessie. Late this afternoon, she says, Carlos, my darling, I must leave for Detroit tonight to attend to some business. So, like a good husband, I arrange her transportation and take her to the 8 o'clock train.
I knew Jessica was becoming irresponsible 6 months ago when she married you. But I didn't think she was so far gone. Why, I've been waiting here ever since 8:30. And she didn't tell you I'd be here?
Not a word.
Oh, the woman's gone crazy.
When she phoned you this morning, what did she say she wanted to see you about?
She didn't say, but I had an idea, Carlos, that you'd been treating her badly again.
Why, my dear Hester, why don't you mind your own business?
Because I don't trust you. My sister's 50 years old. Young men of your type marry middle-aged women for just one reason, money.
I cannot hope to change your opinion, I suppose.
No. So, I'll be starting back to town.
I'll help you with the coat.
Don't bother. Carlos, how did you get all that dirt on your hands?
Dirt?
And your shoes and trouser legs are covered with it.
Oh, my car got stuck in the mud on the shortcut road. I had to push it out.
Oh. Just when will Jessica come back from Detroit?
She wasn't sure. She let me know.
I see. I suppose she went to Detroit to turn some more of her property there into cash for you to spend.
I do not know. And furthermore, I'm not interested in Jessie's money. Good night, Hester.
Good night. Oh, I nearly forgot something.
Forgot?
That cat of Jessica's had a kitten tonight.
A cat?
Daisy. I heard her meowing when I came in and found her in Jessica's room with one kitten beside her. She's just been born.
It was born at what time?
About 8:30.
In Jessica's room?
I just told you it was. Since Jessica's away, I'm taking Daisy and her kitten home with me. You wouldn't give them proper care. I put mother and child in a box in here. You see? Look at her.
A gray kitten.
Oh, gray. Except for that white streak on his head. It's just like the streak of pure white that runs through Jessica's gray hair.
Take that kitten out of here. Take it away.
Oh.
As you said, Hester, I wouldn't know how to take care of it.
Take the cat's box to my car.
No, you carry the box.
You act as though you're afraid of this cat and her kitten.
Come, I have you in your car.
Oh, very well. Be sure you let me know when you hear from Jessica.
I will let you know, Hester. I will let you know.
Logan, you're absolutely nuts. The longest game ever played in a major league was between Brooklyn and Boston in 1920. It went 26 innings.
Yeah, wait till I get my hands in the record book. I'll show you.
Got a record.
Goodness sakes, do you two have to make all this noise?
Wise guy.
That's your phone.
Why?
Go on.
Hello, Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking.
This is Miss Hester Simmons.
Who?
Hester Simmons. I live at 347 Parkview Drive.
Yes, Miss Simmons. What can I do for you?
He gives a good address so he gets polite.
Shut up, Casey. Go ahead, Miss Simmons.
I have something very important to talk to you about.
What is it?
My sister has been missing for 3 weeks, Captain. I'm afraid she's been murdered.
Murder, Casey.
Oh, tell me about your sister, Miss Simmons.
It's too long a story to tell over the phone. Come to my house, please. Now.
All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes, Miss Simmons.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Hey, you and Miss Williams will have to excuse me, Casey.
Oh, no. That little word murder we just heard has made us curious.
Just a front page story, pal, with pictures.
Okay, come on. Your sister's husband told you that night, Miss Simmons, he'd just put her on the train for Detroit?
Yes, Captain. But now I have every reason to disbelieve him.
Excuse me, Miss Simmons. What is the name of your sister's husband?
Carlos Gervasos.
Gervasos, right?
Go on with your story, Miss Simmons.
Well, since the night he told me that Jessica had gone to Detroit, I've heard nothing from her. She always writes me when she's away, and I became worried. So last week, I engaged a private detective agency.
I see.
And they learned that although callers purchased accommodations for the Detroit train that night, Jessica wasn't on the train. Nor have they been able to find any trace of her in Detroit.
Miss Simmons, you say Gervasos' hands were dirty and his shoes and trouser legs were caked with mud that night, huh?
Yes, Mr. Casey. He might have gotten in that condition from digging her grave.
Oh, Miss Simmons, you mustn't let yourself imagine such terrible things.
I despised Carlos from the day I met him. Why did he marry my sister? All she had to offer him was money. I think finally she refused to give him any more, so he got rid of her.
We'll look into your sister's financial affairs, Miss Simmons. I suppose you know who handled her business.
Yes. The firm of Burdens and Lockridge.
Good.
Hey, Captain, look out! Oh, my gosh, you almost stepped on that little kitten.
Oh, where did that come from?
I don't know. I guess it just wandered out of the other room. Oh, look at it. Can't be more than a few weeks old.
Yeah. A little bundle of gray fur.
And look at the funny white streak on its head, Casey. See? There's another mark on it.
Sure cute.
It's always running away from its mother. That kitten was born the night my sister disappeared.
Yeah?
Yes, I brought it home with me.
Well, I guess we'll be getting along.
Captain, If your investigation of my sister's financial affairs supports my suspicions, will you put Gervasos under arrest?
Well, that won't be sufficient basis for a murder charge, Miss Simmons, but it'll cause me to ask Mr. Gervaso some very personal questions.
That must be the house, Captain.
Yeah, this time of year, this place is a nice setup for a murder. Plenty of privacy.
And many places in those deep woods to bury a body.
Now, don't you two decide there's been a murder until there's a lot more evidence than I have now. I'll park here.
Well, you've learned that since her marriage, Mrs. Gervasos converted a lot of her holdings into cash, and that there's no record of where that cash went to.
Even if her husband got it, Miss Williams, that doesn't prove he killed
I
her.
wonder who that green car in the driveway belongs to.
Yeah. Miss Simmons said the Gervasos had a black one.
Yeah, I can see that one in the garage.
The guy must have visitors.
I mean, a visitor. Look at those footprints in the snow.
A woman's footprint.
Hey, maybe the missing Mrs. Gervasos has come home.
Ring that doorbell. Let's find out.
I'm doing that little thing.
Who's there?
This is a police officer.
Police?
Let us in, please.
What do you want?
I can tell you that more comfortably inside.
Just a minute.
He sounded a little nervous.
Everybody gets nervous when a cop comes unexpectedly to their door. Yeah, he's opening up.
Come in.
Thanks. You, Carlos Gervasos?
Yes.
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Squad.
Homicide?
Uh-huh. This is Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
I have done no homicide.
This is a nice living room, Mr. Gervasos. Where's the lady who just left it?
Lady?
Yeah, we saw her car outside and her footprints. Now, here's a highball glass with lipstick on the rim.
I see.
Well, let's see her.
Here I am. I stepped into the kitchen because I thought you might want to talk to Carlos in private. Well, introduce me.
This is Miss Vera Lavelle, an old friend.
Of yours or your wife's?
Of both. I drove out here to ask Mr. Gervasos if he'd heard anything from Jessie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's a bimbo, Logan.
In caps. Well, have you heard anything from your wife, Mr. Gervaso?
No. I think maybe my wife's sister has sent you to ask me about that.
You're right. And we arrived at such a nice time.
Distinctive shade of lipstick you use, Miss Lavelle. Matches the lip prints Mr. Gervasos is wearing on his chin.
So what?
This gives me the idea that your old friend was pretty sure his wife wouldn't drop in here unexpectedly.
This is ridiculous. I do not
Can it, Gervasos? When I came here, I was giving you all the benefit of a doubt. But now you're coming down to headquarters and tell me a lot of things.
Does this mean I'm under arrest?
Yes.
On what charge?
Suspicion of murder.
All of us are becoming increasingly price conscious. So I know you'll be interested in a product which costs not 1 penny more than it did immediately before the war and is actually far less expensive than anything even remotely comparable to it only 10 years ago. Now I'm talking about Fire King oven glass, the beautiful pale blue oven glass that is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass makes delicious meals simpler and easier to prepare, and it cuts dishwashing time by a full 2/3 because you bake, serve, and store leftovers in the same dish. It makes meals more appetizing and more healthful because oven baking safeguards not only flavor, but vitamins and minerals as well. Yet, individual pieces of Fire King oven glass cost as little as 5 cents at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
So they turned that guy Gervasos loose today, huh, Casey?
Yeah. He's out of jail, Ethelbert.
And did poor Captain Logan go out on a limb when he put him in there?
Same limb you went out on, Annie. Stories you wrote after his arrest had the guy all but convicted and in the hot seat. I don't know how you talked city desk into running those things. Must have been your charm, I guess. And the DA doesn't even ask for an indictment.
Well, he should have gotten an indictment. He was able to prove that Cavazos had gotten over $40,000 from his wife's estate. He could prove that Cavazos and his wife quarreled because she refused to give him any more money. He could prove that...
He could prove everything, Annie, except the all-important fact of murder. And they've still found no trace of a body. And the DA knows a trial jury wouldn't convict him.
So this Gervasos may get away with murder. If he's committed it.
Yeah, kind of looks that way, Ethelbert, now. I don't think he's going to keep much of that $40,000, though.
How do you mean?
Well, no. That Laval dame will get it. You know, I think she pushed Gervasos into the murder of Jessica, and I think she'll push him into a new deal soon because she's going to want more money.
Hey, look who's coming in the door now.
Huh? Who?
Casey, it's Cavazos.
Who's out with him?
There they are, Dan. Hello, Miss Williams. Evening, Casey. We expected to find you here.
You were looking for us?
Not for you, Casey. But here's a present for you, Miss Williams.
What is it?
Tell her, Dan. Make it official.
Summons, lady.
Oh.
Yes. I'm suing for $100,000 damages to my name and reputation.
Well, Mr. Cavazos, do you think that I have $100,000?
Miss Williams, your paper will be a joint defendant in my suit. The stories you wrote were so very unkind to me.
Look here, Gervasos. If you bring a libel suit against Miss Williams in the Morning Express, the paper and everyone on it will do everything possible to prove you really killed your wife.
No one in this world can prove I killed my wife, Mr. Casey.
What's the matter?
The cat. The Gray Kitten.
Gray Kitten?
I must get out of here. Come on, Dan.
Right with you, boss.
Don't ask me.
Oh, sure peculiar.
Hey, wait a minute. Have a look at you, Kitty. Come here.
I guess some people are just naturally afraid of cats, Casey.
Hey, where did this kitten come from, Ethelbert?
I must have sneaked in from the street. It don't belong here.
It just sat on the floor and looked at Gervasos, and then when he saw it... Annie, this Gray Kitten has a single white mark on its forehead. Look. Like the one we saw at Miss Simmons a month ago.
Yes. Yes, it has.
I'm going to have a talk with Miss Simmons tomorrow. You know, I'm getting a screwy hunch that this cat is bad medicine for that guy Gervasos. Miss Simmons, you say Gervasos showed fear of this kitten the night it was born.
Yes, and I've been thinking of a certain possible reason for his actions that frightens me.
What's that?
Are you familiar with the theory of reincarnation?
Oh, you mean the belief that when a person dies, his soul is born again in a new body?
Perhaps in that of an animal. My sister Jessica believed in reincarnation. Carlos is very superstitious. And he'd heard Jessica say that when she died, she'd return to life as a cat.
Huh? She said that?
Many, many times.
And that kitten was born in your sister's room. About the time Gervasos may have killed her.
Yes. And this kitten has the white streak on its head that ran through Jessica's hair. I, as most people, regard the strange combination of things I've mentioned as coincidence. But I think they explain Carlos' fear and prove his guilt.
Miss Simmons, I kind of think so, too. We've got to have better proof than that for a jury. I want to borrow that kitten.
What for?
I'm going to use it to break that guy down. Play on his superstition till he cracks wide open. At least once a day, he's going to run into this cat.
He ran into it last night, and no one arranged that.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Take the kitten, Mr. Casey, and be good to it. Be good to it, Mr. Casey.
Your idea about using that kitten to crack Gervasos is swell, Casey.
Huh? Well, I'm glad you see the possibilities, Logan.
Every time Gervasos goes out, one of your detectives will shoo the kitten right across his path, Captain.
Beautiful, Miss Williams. Simply beautiful.
Well. For once, we bring you an idea and you don't throw ice water on it.
You two masters of detection and criminal psychology haven't given me a chance to talk yet. Your idea is magnificent, stupendous, and colossal.
Yeah.
It might even work, except for one thing. Gervasos has disappeared.
Disappeared?
He and that Laval dame took a powder last night, left with bag and baggage.
Well, didn't you have him watched?
I thought the DA's men were keeping an eye on him, and he thought my guys were doing the job.
Nice going.
Of course, you newspaper birds never make a
Don't
mistake.
you two start one of your riots now. My nerves won't take it. Please. Captain, you'll locate Gavassos and the Laval woman eventually, of course.
We'll try to, Miss Williams, but we still don't have enough evidence of murder. I've got work to do now. The two of you take that kitten and get out of here.
Okay. Where is the kitten, Casey?
What? Well, it was on the floor here a minute ago. See? Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty. Cat, come here.
Not over here.
Kitty, come
anyway,
here.
the door's closed, so...
Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty.
Sound kind of silly,
It
Lord.
must have gone out that window.
Yeah, there it is.
It's down on the street.
It's running around that corner.
Oh, my gosh, it'll be killed or get lost, and we'll never find it.
You should have been watching it, Casey. Now, like Gervasos, the kitten is gone.
Casey, it's been... Look out, Grace! Oh, dear, these women. Did you see what she did?
Yeah.
Well, Casey, it's been a long time now since that Gervasos and his girlfriend flew the coop, huh?
Over 3 months, Ethelbert, yeah.
And the cops haven't found a trace of him.
It's really a break for you and your newspaper, Miss Williams. With Gervasos gone, he can't sue you.
I think that was just a shakedown anyway.
I hope.
Yeah. If he'd stuck around, I think we'd have gotten a confession out of him, too.
By using that kitten as your plan?
Why, sure. He was scared to death of that little thing, Ethelbert. I think seeing it here that night was the reason he lammed out of town in such a hurry. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Logan.
Hello, everybody. I hoped I'd find you here, Casey.
Yeah, we'll draw up a stool, pal.
I haven't time now.
Huh?
Casey, we've located Gervasos in Vera Laval.
Yeah, where?
Yeah, in a town less than 100 miles from here. The guy's married again to another rich old dame.
Married again,
Yeah, under another name, of course. And he's dyed his hair, grown a mustache, and is wearing glasses. The local cops only got wise to him by accident. And the Laval gal is living in the same town. She's changed herself over, too. They're getting ready for another killing, Casey.
You mean that literally?
Yeah. A servant who works for Gervaso's new wife overheard a conversation between Gervasos and Laval. And the servant tipped off the wife, and she told the cops.
Yeah?
They instructed her to sit tight until I got there. I understand the guy is planning to take his new missus, who's really got plenty of dough, on a boat trip to South America. But she's not supposed to reach there.
Oh, what's his scheme to get rid of her?
We don't know yet, but I'm leaving for Gervaso's new hometown in an hour. Hey, you want to go along?
Doing.
Pal, we're on our way.
You sure we're alone in this house, Carlos?
I sent my dear Isabel to the movies. We're quite alone here. Come into my room where you can see what I have arranged for our little trip.
I don't trust your arrangements, Carlos. I planned the last job, and it went off perfectly.
Perfectly for you. You got most of the money. And you did not have to see that Jessica look at you when she died. I can still see her eyes staring into mine.
Oh, you've got no guts.
It was not a nice thing to remember. And then the Gray Kitten.
Carlos, if I ever see you go soft again about that Gray Kitten idea, I'm pulling out and fast.
She always said she'd be born again as a cat. And that kitten...
Stop it, I said. Stop. Now, let's get our plans straight. When your wife comes home from the movies tonight, you're going to do the job.
Yes. Tomorrow morning, an expressman will call for our trunks. She will be in one of the trunks.
Which will be shipped to New York from where the boat leaves. Then I, wearing her clothes and with her big fur scarf pulled up about my face, will take her place on the train.
When we get to New York, we claim the trunk, get rid of its contents, and disappear.
Right. Then under new names, we go to sunny California with nearly $80,000 that you've gotten out of your latest wife. Which trunk are you going to use for the job?
That old-fashioned flat one.
I'll just take a look at it.
Be careful with it. Do not touch its lid.
Why?
Look closely inside the lid.
There's a thin glass tube running along the inside edge.
The tube is filled with gas. A gas so poisonous that the one who breathes it dies almost instantly. And the lid of this trunk is closed. The glass tube automatically breaks. And whoever is inside...
Why such a fancy layout? All you have to do is choke the old dame.
No. I tell you, I'll never look into a dying woman's eyes again. My wife gets into that trunk, and kills herself.
Crazy fool. How will you make her get inside and close the lid?
You do not know the wife I married this time. She called me Puggy Woogum. Likes to play childhood games.
Childhood games?
You don't know what I've gone through. Her favorite is hide and seek. I will play hide and seek for the last time tonight. And she will be sure to think that empty trunk a very fine place to hide. The lid is very finely balanced, and it is equipped with a snap lock.
Oh, wait a minute. Your Isabel may not be able to cram herself into this trunk. You and she are about the same size, Carlos. Let's see if you can fit in there.
You wouldn't let the lid fall on me, Vera.
Oh, don't be nuts. What would I gain by that?
Nothing. I have Isabel's money. I trust you and get in.
You are a trusting guy.
But hold the lid open.
I will.
The trunk is kind of small for me.
I was afraid of that.
Wait. I move this way. Now I'm all inside. See? But I will have difficulty getting out. Hold tight the lid while I... What? The cat! Behind you, the gray cat!
How did it get in here?
It's going to jump there! Hold the lid!
It's going my hand in my face!
Don't let the lid go!
I didn't mean to. Carlos, I didn't mean to. That cat! That cat!
That's the door, Logan. Right there, Tracy. Get it, Casey.
Captain Logan. Casey.
Shoot the lock off that trunk, Logan.
Yeah, fast.
All right, I'll lift the lid.
Get away quick, Casey. That's gas.
The windows are open. It'll soon clear.
Not quick enough for Cavazos. I've seen a lot of dead guys, and our pal here is one of them.
You were listening outside.
We heard everything, Miss Lavelle. And I'm arresting you for the murder of Carlos Cavazos.
But I didn't kill him. That cat maybe let that lid fall.
We don't see any cat here, Miss Lavelle. Maybe it jumped out one of those open windows, or maybe it never was here. Anyway, a jury won't swallow that story.
Miss Lavelle, we're going to be sure you pay for murder this time.
Perhaps you were one of the housewives interviewed in a recent big city survey. If so, you may recall you were asked these two questions among many others. When you buy packaged foods, what kind of container do you prefer and why? A vast majority of you said that you preferred to buy foods packed in crystal clear glass. You gave literally hundreds of reasons. Practically all of you, however, preferred the glass package because it lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. Included in this survey were many hundreds of young mothers who were questioned on baby food packages. 8 out of 9 said they not only preferred, but insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. And their most important reasons were that glass was cleaner and more sanitary, that leftovers can be resealed and safely stored in the original container. Now, you too can have these recognized advantages with the foods you buy. Simply demand foods packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by Tampa-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You and Logan never meant to railroad that Laval dame for the murder of Gervasis, huh, Casey?
Of course not, Ethelbert. We were just putting on pressure.
To make her tell what she and Carlos had done with the body of Jessica.
What had they done with her?
Carlos had buried it about 4 miles away from Greenwood Lake, where the cops had no reason to search for it.
Casey, you and Miss Williams didn't see the cat that made that trunk lid fall and kill the guy, huh?
No, we didn't see it.
It had gone out a window as we guess it came in.
Do you think it was really the Gray Kitten?
Could have been any cat.
Ethelbert, we don't know.
According to that reincarnation idea, an animal might be born again as a human being.
Yes, Ethelbert. That's possible.
Very, very possible.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. Hey, what are you staring at me for?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deeks. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hello, Mr. Marvin.
Hi, Ethelbert. Are we on the air?
Yeah, but say, you don't have your script with you tonight.
Oh, I don't need a script for what I have to say. Everyone knows that the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation is the world's largest maker of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Gray Kitten. On the edge of our city is lovely Greenwood Lake. Just before midnight, an automobile pulls up to one of the big bungalows along the shore, and a tall, dark man gets out. Seeming to brace himself, he goes to the door and opens it with his key. Seated before the fireplace is a large and determined-looking middle-aged woman.
Hello, Carlos.
Why, Hester, this is a pleasant surprise.
Where's my sister?
Jessie left for Detroit this evening.
Detroit?
Didn't she let you know?
She certainly didn't. She phoned me this morning and said she wanted to discuss something with me. She said nothing about leaving town.
Oh, you know our Jessie. Late this afternoon, she says, Carlos, my darling, I must leave for Detroit tonight to attend to some business. So, like a good husband, I arrange her transportation and take her to the 8 o'clock train.
I knew Jessica was becoming irresponsible 6 months ago when she married you. But I didn't think she was so far gone. Why, I've been waiting here ever since 8:30. And she didn't tell you I'd be here?
Not a word.
Oh, the woman's gone crazy.
When she phoned you this morning, what did she say she wanted to see you about?
She didn't say, but I had an idea, Carlos, that you'd been treating her badly again.
Why, my dear Hester, why don't you mind your own business?
Because I don't trust you. My sister's 50 years old. Young men of your type marry middle-aged women for just one reason, money.
I cannot hope to change your opinion, I suppose.
No. So, I'll be starting back to town.
I'll help you with the coat.
Don't bother. Carlos, how did you get all that dirt on your hands?
Dirt?
And your shoes and trouser legs are covered with it.
Oh, my car got stuck in the mud on the shortcut road. I had to push it out.
Oh. Just when will Jessica come back from Detroit?
She wasn't sure. She let me know.
I see. I suppose she went to Detroit to turn some more of her property there into cash for you to spend.
I do not know. And furthermore, I'm not interested in Jessie's money. Good night, Hester.
Good night. Oh, I nearly forgot something.
Forgot?
That cat of Jessica's had a kitten tonight.
A cat?
Daisy. I heard her meowing when I came in and found her in Jessica's room with one kitten beside her. It had just been born.
It was born at what time?
About 8:30.
In Jessica's room?
I just told you it was. Since Jessica's away, I'm taking Daisy and her kitten home with me. You wouldn't give them proper care. I put mother and child in a box in here. You see? Look at her.
A gray kitten.
Oh, gray. Except for that white streak on his head. It's just like the streak of pure white that runs through Jessica's gray hair.
Take that kitten out of here. Take it away.
Oh.
As you said, Hester, I wouldn't know how to take care of it.
Take the cat's box to my car.
No, you carry the box.
You act as though you're afraid of this cat and her kitten.
Come, I help you in your car.
Oh, very well. Be sure you let me know when you hear from Jessica.
I will let you know, Hester. I will let you know.
Logan, you're absolutely nuts. The longest game ever played in a major league was between Brooklyn and Boston in 1920. It went 26 innings.
Yeah, wait till I get my hands in the record book. I'll show you.
Got a record.
Goodness sakes, do you two have to make all this noise?
This wise guy.
That's your phone.
Bye.
Go on.
Listening to it.
Oh. Hello, Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking.
This is Miss Hester Simmons.
Who?
Hester Simmons. I live at 347 Parkview Drive.
Yes, Miss Simmons. What can I do for you?
He gives a good address so he gets polite.
Shut up, Casey. Go ahead, Miss Simmons.
I have something very important to talk to you about.
What is it?
My sister has been missing for 3 weeks, Captain. I'm afraid she's been murdered.
Murder, Casey.
Oh, tell me about your sister, Miss Simmons.
It's too long a story to tell over the phone. Come to my house, please. Now.
All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes, Miss Simmons.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Hey, you and Miss Williams will have to excuse me, Casey.
Oh, no, that little word murder we just heard has made us curious.
Just a front-page story, pal, with pictures.
Okay, come on. Your sister's husband told you that night, Miss Simmons, he just put her on the train for Detroit?
Yes, Captain. But now I have every reason to disbelieve him.
Excuse me, Miss Simmons. What is the name of your sister's husband?
Carlos Gavassos.
Gavassos. Right?
Go on with your story, Miss Simmons.
Well, since the night he told me that Jessica had gone to Detroit, I've heard nothing from her. She always writes me when she's away, and I became worried. So last week, I engaged a private detective agency.
I see.
And they learned that although callers purchased accommodations for the Detroit train that night, Jessica wasn't on the train. Nor have they been able to find any trace of her in Detroit.
Miss Simmons, you say Gervaso's hands were dirty and his shoes and trouser legs were caked with mud that night, huh?
Yes, Mr. Casey. He might have gotten in that condition from digging her grave.
Oh, Miss Simmons, you mustn't let yourself imagine such terrible things.
I've despised Carlos from the day I met him. Why did he marry my sister? All she had to offer him was money. I think finally she refused to give him any more, so he got rid of her.
We'll look into your sister's financial affairs, Miss Simmons. I suppose you know who handled her business.
Yes. The firm of Burdens and Lockridge.
Good.
Oh, Captain Marlowe! Oh, my gosh, you almost stepped on that little kitten.
Oh, where did that come from?
I don't know. I guess it just wandered out of the other room. Oh, look at it. Can't be more than a few weeks old.
That little bundle of gray fur.
And look at the funny white streak on its head, Casey. See? There's another mark on it.
Sure cute.
It's always running away from its mother. That kitten was born the night my sister disappeared.
Yeah?
Yes, I brought it home with me.
Well, I guess we'll be getting along.
Captain, if your investigation of my sister's financial affairs supports my suspicions, will you put Gavassos under arrest?
Well, that won't be sufficient basis for a murder charge, Miss Simmons, but It'll cause me to ask Mr. Gervaso some very personal questions.
That must be the house, Captain.
Yeah, this time of year, this place is a nice setup for a murder. Plenty of privacy.
And many places in those deep woods to bury a body.
Now, don't you two decide there's been a murder until there's a lot more evidence than I have now. I'll park here.
Well, you've learned that since her marriage, Mrs. Gervaso's converted a lot of her holdings into cash. And that there's no record of where that cash went to.
Even if her husband got it, Miss Williams, that doesn't prove he killed
I
her.
wonder who that green car in the driveway belongs to.
Yeah. Miss Simmons said the Gervasos had a black one.
Yeah, I can see that one in the garage.
The guy must have visitors.
I mean, a visitor. Look at those footprints in the snow.
A woman's footprint.
Hey, maybe the missing Mrs. Gervasos has come home.
Ring that doorbell. Let's find out.
I'm doing that little thing.
Who's there?
This is a police officer.
Police?
Let us in, please.
What do you want?
I can tell you that more comfortably inside.
Just a minute.
He sounded a little nervous.
Everybody gets nervous when a cop comes unexpectedly to their door. Yeah, he's opening up.
Come in.
Thanks. You, Carlos Gervasos?
Yes.
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Squad.
Homicide?
Uh-huh. This is Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
I have done no homicide.
This is a nice living room, Mr. Gervasos. Where's the lady who just left it?
Lady?
Yeah, we saw her car outside and her footprints. Now, here's a highball glass with lipstick on the rim.
I see.
Well, let's see her.
Here I am. I stepped into the kitchen because I thought you might want to talk to Carlos in private. Well, introduce me.
This is Miss Vera Lavelle, an old friend.
Of yours or your wife?
Of both. I drove out here to ask Mr. Gervasos if he'd heard anything from Jessie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's a bimbo, Logan.
In cats. Well, have you heard anything from your wife, Mr. Gervaso?
No. I think maybe my wife's sister has sent you to ask me about that.
You're right. And we arrived at such a nice time.
Distinctive shade of lipstick you use, Miss Lavelle. Matches the lip prints Mr. Gervasos is wearing on his chin.
So what?
This gives me the idea that your old friend was pretty sure his wife wouldn't drop in here unexpectedly.
This is ridiculous. I don't
Can it, Gervasos? When I came here, I was giving you all the benefit of a doubt. But now you're coming down to headquarters and tell me a lot of things.
Does this mean I'm under arrest?
Yes.
On what charge?
Suspicion of murder.
All of us are becoming increasingly price conscious. So I know you'll be interested in a product which costs not 1 penny more than it did immediately before the war and is actually far less expensive than anything even remotely comparable to it only 10 years ago. Now I'm talking about Fire King oven glass, the beautiful pale blue oven glass that is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass makes delicious meals simpler and easier to prepare, and it cuts dishwashing time by a full 2/3 because you bake, serve, and store leftovers in the same dish. It makes meals more appetizing and more healthful because oven baking safeguards not only flavor, but vitamins and minerals as well. Yet, individual pieces of Fire King oven glass cost as little as 5 cents at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
So they turned that guy Gervasos loose today, huh, Casey?
Yeah. He's out of jail, Ethelbert.
And did poor Captain Logan go out on a limb when he put him in there?
Same limb you went out on, Annie. Stories you wrote after his arrest had the guy all but convicted and in the hot seat. I don't know how you talked city desk into running those things. Must have been your charm, I guess. And then the DA doesn't even ask for an indictment.
Well, he should have gotten an indictment. He was able to prove that Gervasos had gotten over $40,000 from his wife's estate. He could prove that Gervasos and his wife quarreled because she refused to give him any more money. He could prove that...
prove everything, Annie, except the all-important fact of murder. And they've still found no trace of a body. The DA knows a trial jury wouldn't convict him.
So this Gervasos may get away with murder. If he's committed it.
Yeah, kind of looks that way, Ethelbert, now. I don't think he's going to keep much of that $40,000, though.
How do you mean?
Oh, no. That Laval dame will get it. You know, I think she pushed Gervasos into the murder of Jessica, and I think she'll push him into a new deal soon because she's going to want more money.
Hey, look who's coming in the door now.
Huh? Who?
Casey, it's Gervasos.
Who's out with him?
There they are, Dan. Hello, Miss Williams. Evening, Casey. We expected to find you here.
You were looking for us?
Not for you, Casey. But here's a present for you, Miss Williams.
What is it?
Tell her, Dan. Make it official.
Someone's waiting.
Oh.
Yes. I'm suing for $100,000 damages to my name and reputation.
Well, Mr. Gervasos, do you think that I have $100,000?
Miss Williams, your paper will be a joint defendant in my suit. The stories you wrote were so very unkind to me.
Look here, Gervasos. If you bring a libel suit against Miss Williams in the Morning Express, the paper and everyone on it will do everything possible to prove you really killed your wife.
No one in this world can prove I killed my wife, Mr. Casey.
What's the matter?
The cat. The Gray Kitten.
Gray Kitten?
I must get out of here. Come on, Dan. Right with you, boss.
Don't ask me.
It was sure peculiar.
Hey, wait a minute. Have a look at you, Kitty. Come here.
I guess some people are just naturally afraid of cats, Casey.
Hey, where did this kitten come from, Ethelbert?
I must have sneaked in from the street. It don't belong here.
It just sat on the floor and looked at Gervasos, and then when he saw it, Annie, this Gray Kitten has a single white mark on its forehead. Look. Like the one we saw at Miss Simmons a month ago.
Yes. Yes, it has.
I'm going to have a talk with Miss Simmons tomorrow. You know, I'm getting a screwy hunch that this cat is bad medicine for that guy Gervasos. Miss Simmons, you say Gervasos showed fear of this kitten the night it was born.
Yes, and I've been thinking of a certain possible reason for his actions that frightens me.
What's that?
Are you familiar with the theory of reincarnation?
Oh, you mean the belief that when a person dies, his soul is born again in a new body?
Perhaps in that of an animal. My sister Jessica believed in reincarnation. Carlos is very superstitious. And he'd heard Jessica say that when she died, she'd return to life as a cat.
Huh? She said that?
Many, many times.
And that kitten was born in your sister's room. About the time Gervasos may have killed her.
Yes. And this kitten has the white streak on its head that ran through Jessica's hair. I, as most people, regard the strange combination of things I've mentioned as coincidence. But I think they explain Carlos' fear and prove his guilt.
Miss Simmons, I kind of think so, too. We've got to have better proof than that for a jury. I want to borrow that kitten.
What for?
I'm going to use it to break that guy down. Play on his superstition till he cracks wide open. At least once a day, he's going to run into this cat.
He ran into it last night, and no one arranged that.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Take the kitten, Mr. Casey, and be good to it. Be good to it, Mr. Casey.
Your idea about using that kitten to crack Gervasos is swell, Casey.
Huh? Well, I'm glad you see the possibilities, Logan.
Every time Gervasos goes out, one of your detectives will shoo the kitten right across his path, Captain.
Beautiful, Miss Williams. Simply beautiful.
Well. For once, we bring you an idea and you don't throw ice water on it.
You two masters of detection and criminal psychology haven't given me a chance to talk yet. Your idea is magnificent, stupendous, and colossal.
Yeah.
It might even work, except for one thing. Gervasos has disappeared.
Disappeared?
He and that Laval dame took a powder last night, left with bag and baggage.
Well, didn't you have him watched?
I thought the DA's men were keeping an eye on him, and he thought my guys were doing the job.
Nice going.
Of course, you newspaper birds never make a
Don't
mistake.
you two start one of your riots now. My nerves won't take it, please. Captain, you'll locate Gervasos and the Laval woman eventually, of course.
We'll try to, Miss Williams, but we still don't have enough evidence of murder. I've got work to do now. The two of you take that kitten and get out of here.
Okay. Where is the kitten, Casey?
Huh? Well, it was on the floor here a minute ago. See? Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty. Cat, come here.
Not over here.
Kitty. Come
anyway,
here.
the door's closed, so...
Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty.
Sound kind of silly,
It must have gone out that window.
Yeah, there it is.
It's down on the street.
It's running around that corner.
Oh, my gosh, it'll be killed or get lost, and we'll never find it.
You should have been watching it, Casey. Now, like Gervaso's, the kitten is gone.
Casey, it's been... Look out, Grace! Oh, dear, these women. Did you see what she did?
Yeah.
Well, Casey, it's been a long time now since that Gervasos and his gal friend flew the coop, huh?
Yeah, over 3 months, Ethelbert, yeah.
And the cops haven't found a trace of him.
It's really a break for you and your newspaper, Miss Williams. With Gervasos gone, he can't sue you.
Well, I think that was just a shakedown anyway.
I hope.
Yeah. If he'd stuck around, I think we'd have gotten a confession out of him, too.
By using that kitten as your plan?
Why, sure. He was scared to death of that little thing, Ethelbert. I think seeing it here that night was the reason he lammed out of town in such a hurry. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Logan.
Hello, everybody. I hoped I'd find you here, Casey.
Yeah, we'll draw up a stool, pal.
I haven't time now.
Huh?
Casey, we've located Gervasos in Vera Laval.
You
Yeah,
have?
where?
Yeah, in a town less than 100 miles from here. The guy's married again to another rich old dame.
Married again,
Yeah, under another name, of course. And he's dyed his hair, grown a mustache, and is wearing glasses. The local cops only got wise to him by accident. And the Laval gal is living in the same town. She's changed herself over, too. They're getting ready for another killing, Casey.
You mean that literally?
Yeah. A servant who works for Gervaso's new wife overheard a conversation between Gervaso's and Laval. And the servant tipped off the wife, and she told the cops.
Yeah?
They instructed her to sit tight until I got there. I understand the guy is planning to take his new missus, who's really got plenty of dough, on a boat trip to South America. But she's not supposed to reach there.
Oh, what's his scheme to get rid of her?
We don't know yet, but I'm leaving for Gervaso's new hometown in an hour. Hey, you want to go along?
Do we?
Oh, pal, we're on our way.
You sure we're alone in this house, Carlos?
I sent my dear Isabel to the movies. We're quite alone here. Come into my room where you can see what I have arranged for our little trip.
I don't trust your arrangements, Carlos. I planned the last job, and it went off perfectly.
Perfectly for you. You got most of the money. And you did not have to see that Jessica look at you when she died. I can still see her eyes staring into mine.
Oh, you've got no guts.
It was not a nice thing to remember. And then the Gray Kitten.
Damn it. If I ever see you go soft again about that Gray Kitten idea, I'm pulling out and fast.
She always said she'd be born again as a cat. And that kitten...
Stop it, I said. Stop. Now, let's get our plans straight. When your wife comes home from the movies tonight, you're going to do the job.
Yes. Tomorrow morning, an expressman will call for our trunks. She will be in one of the trunks.
Which will be shipped to New York from where the boat leaves. Then I, wearing her clothes and with her big fur scarf pulled up about my face, will take her place on the train.
When we get to New York, we claim the trunk, get rid of its contents, and disappear.
Right. Then under new names, we go to sunny California with nearly $80,000 that you've gotten out of your latest wife. Which trunk are you going to use for the job?
That old-fashioned flat one.
I'll just take a look at it.
Be careful with it. Do not touch its lid.
Why?
Look closely inside the lid.
There's a thin glass tube running along the inside edge.
The tube is filled with gas. A gas so poisonous that the one who breathes it dies almost instantly. And the lid of this trunk is closed. The glass tube automatically breaks. And whoever is inside...
Why such a fancy layout? All you have to do is choke the old dame.
No. I tell you, I'll never look into a dying woman's eyes again. My wife gets into that trunk and kills herself.
Crazy fool. How will you make her get inside and close the lid?
You do not know the wife I'm married this time. She called me Puggy Woogum. Likes to play childhood games.
Childhood games?
You don't know what I've gone through. Her favorite is hide and seek. I will play hide and seek for the last time tonight. And she will be sure to think that empty trunk a very fine place to hide. The lid is very finely balanced, and it is equipped with a snap lock.
Oh, wait a minute. Your Isabel may not be able to cram herself into this trunk.
Oh.
You and she are about the same size, Carlos. Let's see if you can fit in there.
You wouldn't let the lid fall on me, Vera.
Oh, don't be nuts. What would I gain by that?
Nothing. I have Isabel's money. I trust you in getting.
You are a trusting guy.
But hold the lid open.
I will.
The trunk is kind of small for me.
I was afraid of that.
Wait. I move this way. Now I'm all inside. See? But I will have difficulty getting out. Hold tight the lid while I... The cat! Behind you, the gray cat!
How did it get in here?
It's going to jump there! Hold the lid!
It's going my hands and my...
Don't let the lid go!
I didn't mean to. Carlos, I didn't mean to. That cat! That cat!
That's the door, Logan. Right here, little creature. Get it, Casey.
Captain Logan. Casey.
Shoot the lock off that trunk, Logan.
Yeah, fast.
All right, I'll lift the lid.
Get away quick, Casey. That's gas.
The windows are open. It'll soon clear.
Not quick enough for Cavazos. I've seen a lot of dead guys, and our pal here is one of them.
You were listening outside.
We heard everything, Miss Lavelle. And I'm arresting you for the murder of Carlos Cavazos.
But I didn't kill him. That cat maybe let that lid fall.
We don't see any cat here, Miss Lavelle. Maybe it jumped out one of those open windows, or maybe it never was here. Anyway, a jury won't swallow that story.
Miss Lavelle, we're going to be sure you pay for murder this time.
Perhaps you were one of the housewives interviewed in a recent big city survey. If so, you may recall you were asked these two questions among many others. When you buy packaged foods, what kind of container do you prefer and why? A vast majority of you said that you preferred to buy foods packed in crystal clear glass. You gave literally hundreds of reasons. Practically all of you, however, preferred the glass package because it lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. Included in this survey were many hundreds of young mothers who were questioned on baby food packages. 8 out of 9 said they not only preferred, but insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. And their most important reasons were that glass was cleaner and more sanitary, that leftovers can be resealed and safely stored in the original container. Now, you too can have these recognized advantages with the foods you buy. Simply demand foods packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You and Logan never meant to railroad that Laval dame for the murder of Gervasis, huh, Casey?
Of course not, Ethelbert. We were just putting on pressure.
To make her tell what she and Carlos had done with the body of Jessica.
What had they done with her?
Carlos had buried it about 4 miles away from Greenwood Lake, where the cops had no reason to search for it.
Casey, you and Miss Williams didn't see the cat that made that trunk lid fall and kill a guy, huh?
No, we didn't see it.
It had gone out a window as we guess it came in.
Do you think it was really the Gray Kitten?
Could have been any cat.
Ethelbert, we don't know.
According to that reincarnation idea, an animal might be born again as a human being.
Yes, Ethelbert. That's possible.
Very, very possible.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. Hey, what are you staring at me for?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Deeks. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A little more around the shoulders, Joy boy. Just a little more. You take a shower, you get dressed.
Yeah, Puppy.
Who's that?
Phil Paris. Okay.
Who invites who into my dressing room?
Never mind.
Now beat it, both of you guys. Come on out.
Relax, Joey. Pop.
Yeah?
Out.
Now, wait a minute. Nobody throws my manager out of my place. You stick, Pop. I'll see you later, Joey. A couple of things I got to do. So long. Well, Terrace, what is all this? I need you here like I need a hole in the head.
Oh, why don't you relax, Joey? Sit down, Clumpy.
Sure, Mr. Terrace. Hey, there ain't no chairs.
Don't let a little thing like that stop you. Joey, how'd you like to make some money? Big money. Easy money.
How would you like me to throw you out on your ear? Look, Terrace, I don't like you. I don't like guys like you. I'm a fighter. I got two hands. I got a head.
With nothing in it, or you wouldn't be loosening your lid without listening.
Look, maybe I didn't make myself plain. I don't like you. I don't like gamblers. The only thing I like to do is fight. But I fight honest.
Sure. Now, look, Joey, that's fine. That's all wonderful. Ideals are wonderful things. You keep them. Only keep them in the background where they won't get in the way of your making an easy dollar. Now, you fight tomorrow night. Now, I got a proposition for you.
I got one for you. I don't throw any fights for you or anybody else. So get out of here before I bounce you out. What are you getting?
Clumpy.
Sure, boss. Now?
Why not?
So you two are going to get tough. Good. That's just what I've been...
Nice work, Clumpy.
I done it, Mr. Terrace. Bombed him right on the skull. He'll sleep for a while.
That blackjack of yours provides a rather lethal lullaby, Clumpy.
And how?
Too bad you had to slug him. Too bad he wouldn't listen.
He's a jerk.
I didn't want him to throw any fight. The only thing I wanted was to be sure he was going to try to win tomorrow night.
Hey, take a look at these hands, honey.
Uh-huh.
They ain't very pretty, are they?
Oh, they are to me, Joey.
You got bum taste, honey. Bum taste in hands, bum taste in boyfriends. What do you want you to look like me?
What? Anybody else said that, Joey, I'd brain him.
That's my girl.
Anybody says anything different than that, I'd brain him, too.
Hey, you can't go around braining people just like that, honey.
Only one way to make me stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the way. Well, I got a fight tomorrow night, and I'm keeping you awake, so I think...
Hi, kid. Oh, Pop.
Hello, Pop. I was just leaving, so it's perfectly all right with me if you want to tuck your little lightweight into bed.
Hey, in a minute. You better wait a while, honey.
Oh, how bad can that be?
Hey, what's going on, Pop? Why did you walk out of the dressing room this afternoon when Phil Terrace told you to?
That's what's going on, Joey. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I'm listening.
Terrace didn't want you to throw the bout tomorrow, Joey.
No? I'll bet.
He didn't. He's got a bundle going on you, same as I have. He's betting you to win.
What?
So what did he want, then?
Wanted to know Joey'd be in there trying. What I think he's doing is building up Joey until I get Joey a big match. Then he's going to want Joey to lay down.
Hey, Pop, what kind of business is this? I'm a fighter. When I win, I win. When I lose, it's because some other guy hits harder. Now, let's skip all this talk about throwing fights. I got to get to sleep.
Sure, boy, sure.
Good night, honey.
Night, Joey. Make it good tomorrow night. I'll be listening.
I'll do my best.
Sure.
How much dough we got going on this tomorrow night, Pop?
The bankroll, Joey, the works. 35 grand and even money.
What did I say to you, honey? Did I do my best?
That's what my boy said.
I'll take it back. For 35 grand, I'll do even better than that.
Well, Vance, that's the end of the round. Good fight. Glad you came?
Definitely, Markham. I don't think our boy's going to last, though.
Joey Martin? I still think he'll win. The other fellow's tired.
He's tired of hitting Joey's chin so often. Incidentally, even though you are district attorney, you don't have too much drag in this town. I've been in better seats.
The fight was a sellout, and you didn't make up your mind about coming until the last moment. Besides, there wasn't any law against your trying to get the tickets.
There most certainly was. A law I wrote and passed myself. If I tried to get them, we'd be at home listening to this over the radio. I'll tell you something, Markham.
In which event, I'll listen.
Thank you. What I was about to say was that the managers really do a good job working over their fighters between rounds. Look at them over there.
They're certainly active, all right. Oh, there's a warning buzzer, Vance. 10 seconds to the next round.
Yes, I know.
A shot, Vance. Keep in the back of the arena.
Well, I'm glad of that. I wonder why.
Somebody over here at ringside.
A shot fired in the back of the arena. A man stabbed at ringside. Come on, Vance. Let's find out what this is all about.
Come on, wait to the ringside. Excuse me.
Please, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that, Markham?
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seats until the police arrive. Pop Manning, Joey Martin's manager, has been stabbed to death. Nobody is to leave this arena.
Vance, I was fighting a mystery only one evening. I suppose you'll start work right now in finding out who killed Pop Manning.
I'm going to do twice as much work on that, Markham. I'm going to have to find the two people who were responsible for his death.
Two?
Yes, Markham, two. Don't you understand why? Yes, Miss Henderson?
Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham hasn't called in on his private line, has he?
No, I'm waiting here in his office in case he does, though.
Well, perhaps you ought to see this young lady in as much as Mr. Markham is out.
What young lady?
Well, she says she knows something about the killing of that fight manager last night. And she's here with me in the outer office now.
Well, please ask her to come in.
Yes, sir.
A girl with some information. Well, whatever it is, it'll help.
Mr. Vance?
Oh, yes, come in, please.
Vance, my name is Collins. Honey Collins.
How do you do?
I came here to see the district attorney, but I wanted to meet you.
I'm flattered.
I've seen your pictures in the paper so often, I feel like I know you.
I'm using Mr. Markham's office temporarily. In fact, I'm waiting for him to come back from examining the people who were at the ringside of the fight last night.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you what I wanted to tell him. Pop Manning was killed by mistake.
He was?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure of it. I should know. I'm Joey Martin's girl.
You're the girlfriend of the fighter whom Manning managed.
That's right. And I'll tell you that somebody wanted to kill Joey. And Pop got it. Only he wasn't supposed to.
Who was it that wanted to kill your boyfriend?
A character named Phil Terrace. He's a gambler.
I've heard of him. What makes you think there was an error made, though?
We'll figure it out. There they were, Pop and Joey in Joey's corner.
I know. I was there.
Oh. Well, then you saw it, didn't you? Pop was bending over Joey, working on a cut on Joey's chin. The 10-second buzzer had sounded. Only Joey jumped up ahead of the bell to start the round, and Pop moved in to pick up a stool.
You're very observant.
Don't be silly. I wasn't even there. I can't watch Joey when he fights. Joey told me. This is his idea, not mine.
The idea being that when Joey moved and Pop took his place for a second, that's when the man who held the knife made his move.
Uh-huh. It was all timed.
I know how it was timed.
Oh?
It was timed so that once the shot was fired and the man with the knife started his move, he couldn't stop it. And I agree partially with what you've told me. I had an idea Pop Manning was killed in error.
You did?
Yes. Why would anybody want a manager dead? Want him dead so badly he took a chance killing him in front of 15,000 people.
Don't know.
All the things you've pointed out to me, I saw for myself.
Then I did right coming here.
You most certainly did. In fact, that's the district attorney's private phone. Excuse me just for a moment.
Sure.
Vance speaking.
Markham, Vance.
Oh, yes, Markham.
We questioned everybody at the ringside. Everybody who had the slightest chance of getting near enough to Pop Manning to put a knife in him.
And?
Everybody swears he was aware of what the man next to him was doing at every moment between the time the shot was fired and the body was discovered. And nobody moved toward the ring.
Which they'd have to do in order to stab Manning, unless the knife was thrown.
It wasn't. The murderer held it. And there are no fingerprints on it.
Markham, was a man named Phil Terrace at the ringside?
Yes, he was. I questioned him myself. And the man next to him, too. According to that man, Terrace didn't move.
Well, perhaps that man works for Terrace Markham and is alibying him.
That is possible, of course. I've let him go, but I know where I can pick him up.
Well, let me do that, please.
All right.
And Markham.
Yes?
There's a very charming young lady in your office who has a very good theory about Manning's death.
What's that?
Well, she seems to think that Manning was killed in error by somebody who wanted Joey Martin, the fighter, out of the way.
One of those prize fight gambler things that didn't work out?
It might be. That's why I asked if you questioned Phil Terrace.
I see.
Markham, from the look of things, if he killed Manning, by mistake or intention, he did it in a way I can't figure out.
Which means what?
That he isn't only a gambler, he's a magician.
Tonight, Clumpy, we celebrate the best in town for you and me.
That's what I like. The best.
You deserve it. You were wonderful when the district attorney was questioning you.
I didn't tell him nothing. And you know why? Because I don't know nothing.
I've heard rumors of that, Clumpy.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I'm really getting around, ain't I? You know, somebody's at the door, Mr. Terrace.
Apparently. I'll go see who it is. I won't be long, and then we'll make plans for tonight.
For the best. For the best in town.
That's right. Yes?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance.
No kidding. What does that make me?
The man I want to see, I think.
That's right. What do you want here, Vance?
I'll tell you first what I didn't want. I didn't want the door closed in my face. That's the reason I pushed my way in.
Okay, you're in. You want to see me?
You're Terrace?
Yes.
I want to see you. Who's the ape?
He's Clumpy. He doesn't count.
Hey, I do so. 1, 2, 3.
I see what you mean, Terrace. Let's skip Clumpy for a minute. I came here to find out if you bet the fight last night.
You don't know much about gambling, do you, Vance? The fight was declared no contest when Pop Manning was murdered.
How much did you have on the fight? And whom did you have it on?
Well, I guess you can check this around town, so I'll tell you the truth. I had a lot of dough riding on Joey Martin.
Who was losing?
Was he?
Well, sure he was, boss. You even said that yourself.
What up?
You know, Terrace, you might have been smart enough to want to kill Martin when he was in the ring, to protect your bet, of course. But when you saw Pop Manning move into the position Martin was in, you knew you could obtain the same result, the stopping of the fight, by killing him.
I could save you a lot of trouble, Vance. The district attorney asked me all the stock questions. My answers were taken down. Go look them up. In fact, go do anything you want, only get out of here.
When I'm ready to leave.
Show him that he's ready now, Clumpy.
That's one invitation I'll accept. Now, that takes care of your stooge. Terrace, you next?
No, thank you. I just like to watch fight.
And bet on them.
Yes.
Well, I've had my fun, so maybe I will be going. With a promise, of course.
A promise that someday we'll return again to the beautiful island of paradise where the blue...
I'll get that.
No, you don't. This is my house.
Oh, too late, my friend. Well, Joey Martin.
Who are you?
My name is Philo Vance. I'm investigating Pop Manning's murder. What are you doing here?
Oh, he came to see me, of course. We're friends, good friends. Come on in, Joey.
Yeah.
Tell the man we're friends.
Even if he did, who'd believe him with that look on his face? I think I'll leave you two playmates alone. I've met some interesting people, and I've established a motive for Pop Manning's death. Now, I think I'll get to work.
This is District Attorney Markham. The prize ring murder case began when Pop Manning, fight manager, was stabbed while in the ring taking care of his fighter, Joey Martin. Philo Vance has established that Manning might have been killed by accident, with Martin the real intended victim. He's also contacted a gambler named Phil Terrace, who had a lot of money bet on Martin to win the fight, a fight which he was losing incidentally. Vance has just come into my office with a story of his encounter with Terrace. Look, Vance, I understand all about your meeting with that gambler Terrace, but I'd like to go back to the fight for a moment.
Well, they're not going to restage it just for you, my friend.
You know what I mean. When we were at the fight, and I said we'd have to look for the man responsible for Pop Manning's death, you said we'd have to look for two people responsible. Now, why two people?
What happened just before the stabbing, Markham?
What happened? Well, a shot was fired, but nobody was hurt.
But everybody's attention was distracted from the ring momentarily. Sufficient time for the killer to stab Manning.
Yes, I suppose so.
Therefore, the shot was planned, and planned for a certain time. Whoever fired it was working with the actual murderer and is an accessory to the crime. Simple, isn't it?
It is now. You'll be interested in knowing that I'm getting to believe your theory that Manning's murder wasn't intended.
I am interested, but it isn't my theory. It belongs to that Collins girl, Honey Collins, Joey Martin's friend.
Oh, yes.
But it has logic, believe me.
I do. I'll give you all the facts we have so you can go on from here if you like.
Are there any you haven't told me?
Well, I'm not sure, but this much I do know.
Hmm?
It was very warm in the arena, as you know. And nobody, man or woman, wore gloves. Yet, there were no fingerprints found on the knife.
A handkerchief around the knife handle would keep prints off.
But you can't wind a handkerchief around a knife, step up and stab somebody without being seen or without the movement being noticed, granting that everybody was looking toward the back of the arena where the shot came from.
I've already indicated to you that Terrace had an employee alongside of him who could have lied.
Yes, but I have the feeling that you're holding something back.
Really? Why, Markham, I'm surprised at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you don't intend to withhold
Don't
anything.
apologize, my friend. As a matter of fact, I am holding something back. Something that I hope will break this case.
You don't mind me talking to you while you're working out with the pulleys, do you, Joey?
No, honey.
I'll tell you what I came up here to the gymnasium for.
You mean there was another reason besides just seeing me?
Yeah, Joey. I want you to fight somebody.
Somebody get fresh with you? Who is it? Tell me who it is. I'll knock him silly.
Nothing like that, Joey.
Huh?
This is a fight I want you to have with a pro. And we give the dough you get to Pop's family.
What for?
Oh, Joey, you know they could use dough.
How come? They got plenty.
Oh.
Pop had a lot of dough bet on the fight. That's dough that don't have to be paid out to nobody now since they called it no contest. Pop's family's got that.
How much was
What?
that, Joey?
You again. What are you doing here?
Hello, Miss Collins. You remember me, Philo Vance.
Hi.
Joey, you were saying that Pop had money bet on the fight. On you?
Who else?
How much?
$35,000, our bankroll. It ain't no crime to bet on yourself, is it, Vance?
No, but it is a crime for a fighter who claims to be honest to associate with gamblers like Phil Terrace.
You mean when you saw me up there yesterday? Well, I'll tell you why I went up there. I wanted to knock him from here to China for what he did to Pop.
Well, sure, Joey thinks Terrace wanted to kill him and got Pop by mistake. Like I told you.
Joey may be right. But then again, he may be wrong. But so wrong.
So long, Vance.
I said so wrong, not so long, Joey. You know, I was at the fight with Mr. Markham. I think I saw something.
Oh, from where you were sitting, you're lucky you saw the fight.
The seats weren't good, but they did put me at the scene of a crime. Something that hasn't happened for a long time.
So what did you see, Vance? Or what?
You'll find out. And so will your friend Terrace. And by the way, if you should see him...
I won't.
Well, if you should, tell him for me to enjoy himself.
Well, what kind of a message is that?
Oh, I haven't finished. Tell him to enjoy himself while he still can. Everything's working wonderfully, Markham.
All right, if you say so. Where are you now?
I'm calling you from a phone booth. I left Joey Martin and his girlfriend about an hour ago after giving them a message for Phil Terrace.
I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I heard what you said. What do they have to do with Terrace?
That remains to be seen. I indicated to them that I had something on the gambler. Hey, what the...
Vance, are you there? Vance, what's going on?
Oh, it's all right, Markham. Somebody just opened the door of this phone booth and slugged me. But it didn't take.
I'm glad it didn't. Any idea who it was?
Yes, it was that stooge of Terrace, a fellow named Plumpy. You know what this means, don't you, Markham?
I think so. It means that apparently Terrace got your message.
You understand the setup, Miss Collins?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I do or not.
It's very simple. You get Joey and go to see Phil Terrace.
Uh-huh.
Have Joey say that he's ready to do business with Terrace. Get Terrace to make him an offer.
Well, I understand that part of it. Only, how is that going to prove he murdered Pop Manning?
I don't want Terrace around loose while I close the case against him.
Oh.
Now, you do what I ask you to do. Markham and I will come in, and we'll be able to arrest him for trying to get Joey to throw a fight.
And then when you have him in jail, you'll be able to work out in the open.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
We'll take Terrace and his friend Clumpy to jail, and I won't have to worry about making phone calls anymore.
You're sure it was Clumpy that slugged you?
Positive. Now, will you do as I ask, Miss Collins?
Sure. Only, Van.
Yes?
My friends call me Honey.
We haven't really had time to become friends, have we?
Whose fault is that?
Well, let's just say there was a chronological obstacle.
Well, whatever it is, can't we kick it out of the way? I like you, Vance.
What about Joey?
Oh, I like him, too. That's the trouble with me, I think. I'm a goon. I like everybody.
Just like Honey said, Terrace.
Yeah?
We could use $50,000 in cash.
Sure you could.
You can make that easy by betting against me in my next fight, and I take a dive, so you're a cinch.
I don't know, Joey. 50,000 is a lot of money.
Not when you figure to make $100,000.
How do I know you won't cross me?
Leave that to me. He won't cross you, Mr. Terrace. Not when he gets 50,000 for not winning, he won't.
The only thing is I want the dough in advance. I want to bet it on the other guy.
Oh, you do? I just had an idea. Suppose I bet it for you. Then in order to collect your bet, you've got to lay down.
Explain that to me, honey.
It's all right, Joey. Mr. Terrace, instead of giving you the $50,000 before the fight like you want, bets it for you. It's the same as you making the bet. And it's okay.
Oh, what's good enough for Honey's good enough for me.
It's a deal, then. Your fight is a week from Friday. I'm going to give you $50,000. I'm going to bet that much for you, I mean. And you're going to blow the fight. Agreed?
Shake.
Okay, Mr. Markham, Mr. Vance, you can come in now.
Hey, what is this? The old double cross?
That's right, Terrace. Martin and Miss Collins agreed to help us trap you. It was Vance's idea, and it was a good one.
I
don't think you will.
Well, quite a right hand you have there, Joey.
Yeah? Thanks. Knocking out Terrace does mean we'll have to carry him to headquarters, but that won't be too difficult.
And when you've got him there, it'll be a cinch to prove he killed Pop Manning while trying to knife Joey. Won't it, Vance?
Oh, that will be a little difficult, Miss Collins.
You will? Yes. Hey, that was the idea of this whole gimmick, wasn't it? So it would give you time to get evidence or something against Terrace?
I can't very well prove he killed Pop Manning, Joey, when actually you did.
What?
You and Miss Collins.
Hey, Vance, you blowing your lid.
Without knowing why Vance said that, I'm still willing to bet it's right.
I'm gonna...
I wouldn't, Martin, and if you don't believe me, believe this gun I'm holding.
All right.
You made me believe you thought Terrace killed Pop. Now you say it's us. Oh, how can you prove a stupid thing like that? What reason could you find for us doing it?
I have the motive and I have the proof. And as soon as Mr. Markham takes you and Joey and, of course, our friend on the floor down to headquarters, I'll be only too glad to explain how I knew you and Joey killed Pop, how you did it, and why you did it. Let's begin with the motive, Markham.
All right.
Joey was losing the fight. A fight he knew Pop Manning had bet their combined bankroll on, so he wanted the fight declared no contest.
So he killed his manager.
Yes, only it isn't as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the plan Joey and Honey had to be worked out in advance. And there was the detail of the knife to be handled.
Maybe you'd better just tell me what happened.
All right. Joey thought he might lose the fight, so he arranged with Honey to fire a blank cartridge at a certain time if he were losing.
Uh-huh.
She did. And he had a chance to stab Pop Manning and push the body back into the ringside customers while everybody was looking toward the back of the arena.
Honey's confession indicates that's what she did. But how did the knife get into the ring?
I think Joey will tell you he asked Pop to have a knife put in the water bucket. Made up some reason like wanting to be protected in case Phil Terrace tried to get to him. Anything at all.
Oh, I see.
Now you want to know how I knew Terrace wasn't involved in the killing.
And how you knew Honey was, but that can wait.
Well, let's take Terrace first.
All right.
When you told me that the man alongside of him swore Terrace hadn't moved toward the ring when the shot was fired, I pointed out that man could have been an accomplice of the gambler's.
And he was. A fellow they call Clumpy.
But how about the man on the other side of Terrace, Markham? He wasn't an accomplice, was he?
Well, he was a sports writer. Come to think of it, Vance, if Terrace had moved, he'd have told me.
I'm sure he would have. And now to our friend Honey. She tried to cover herself by insisting to me at one time in this case that she had never seen Joey fight and had never been in an arena. Yet she knew where you and I were seated at the fight, Markham.
That's right.
She told me in your office that she recognized me from my pictures. And later in the gymnasium, she indicated that we couldn't have seen much from the bad seats we had.
And when she knew where we were seated, you knew she must have been there.
Must have been there, spotted us, but proceeded with her plan regardless.
Yes.
Anyhow, once I knew she was lying, I knew what the reason must be. And after I realized that the only man near enough to stab Pop was Joey, and that Joey was the only man outside of his opponent who wore gloves, hence no fingerprints, why, that was it.
So it was. Of course, that fellow Clumpy attacked you in the phone booth because you had knocked him out in front of his boss, and he wanted to regain faith.
And I framed the situation involving Phil Terrace because he belongs behind bars. And to keep Honey and Joey from suspecting they were suspects in Pop's murder.
Yes, I know.
And, well, there you are.
Yes. And you know where we are, don't you, Vance?
I think so. We're at the end of the prize ring murder case.
Calling all detectives. A man goes off to make his fortune, and for 25 years sends an orchid a year to the woman he loves, but never writes a letter. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. You can't be a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, and be sentimental, too. Sentiment just doesn't mix with this business. I was working late one evening at my office, fixing up an expense account of money I'd spent in behalf of a client, trying to make the thing read like fact rather than fiction. At 7:30, I was still trying to make it come out even when... It was the building scrubwoman lugging a pail and mops. She hesitated in the doorway. It's all right, you can come in. She was a woman in her mid-50s, I judged. Hair graying, short and tending to be dumpy, pleasant though plain face, nice direct eyes. None of that was remarkable. What was startling was the fresh purple orchid pinned to the blouse of her shapeless dress. I looked and looked. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I know it isn't any of my business, but would you mind telling me how you happen to be wearing that flower? She gave me a shy smile and then calmly told me one of the most fantastic and improbable stories I'd ever heard. When my office scrubwoman came to work wearing an expensive orchid, I couldn't resist asking how come. The story went back over 25 years. A boy and a girl in love, without money, unable to marry. He'd gone off to make his fortune, to California. Said he'd come back for her someday. In the meantime, he sent her an orchid every year on her birthday as proof that he still thought of her. Now, 25 years later, she had another birthday, another orchid, and the faith that someday he'd return. I leaned back in my chair. Mary, that's such an amazing story. I just don't know what to say. Well, I started out by saying that it was none of my business, and it still wasn't. Yet I couldn't put it out of my mind. I had to find out why that orchid was being sent, really why, and by whom. The nearest florist shop to our building is Lober's, a couple of blocks down the avenue. I went there the next morning.
Really, sir, when the donor of a sentimental gift requests secrecy, we never divulge his name, never.
I took my badge out of my pocket and gave the clerk a quick look at it. The badge says private operative, but few people read that. Sonny, I'll have to ask you once more. Where do the orchids for Mary Kovach come from? After that, I won't ask any more.
I didn't realize. Police matter. One moment, sir.
The clerk came back with a ledger.
This is a record of our flowers by wire orders. The annual orchid on her birthday is sent to Miss Mary Kovach from Pasadena, California. The donor's name with instructions not to divulge is Arnold Dronacek.
Oh, that was that. The name of Mary's long-absent sweetheart was Arnold Dronacek. And if he wanted to send her orchids for 25 years, but no letters, there was no law to prevent it. I could pretend that I got right on a plane and went to California, except that I did nothing of the sort. But 5 months later, I happened to be in Los Angeles. With my business finished and nothing to do for 8 hours, I suddenly remembered Mary Kovach and a bashful beau. Pasadena is a beautiful little city, and some fine people live there. But Arnold Dronacek was not one of them. His name wasn't in the phone book or the city directory. So I took my problem to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. And there...
Yep, here it is. Dronacek Arnold. Could be mistaken with that name. Died 13 years ago.
Flowers from a man who'd been dead 13 years. Ordered each year by somebody representing himself as Arnold Dronacek. It was utterly, fantastically impossible. I went to a telephone. Hello, this is Jerry Browning. You have me scheduled on a plane for 10 this evening. Cancel it, please. I'm staying here indefinitely. You go about tracing a dead man a lot differently from one who's alive. Just to be doubly sure, I visited his grave. His fine, big tombstone gave me verification of his identity and my first real clue. It's a hard world. Poor people get little while they're alive, and they don't get big tombstones after they're dead. I dug through reams of musty old court records during the next few days and discovered quite a lot. Arnold Dranacek had been an enterprising businessman, in a quiet sort of a way. He'd had a grocery store, then a bigger one, then a small chain of stores, and at the time of his death owned 36 such stores, the Draymore chain in a dozen smaller California cities. His will, as filed with the probate court, listed an estate of over $500,000. Final beneficiary, a Mr. Welton Wallace, chairman of the board of the Draymore Groceries and Corporation. To get an interview with Mr. Wallace, I merely sent in my card with the name Mary Kovach scrawled across it. Delighted to see you, Mr. Browning, and I might add delighted to hear that you have some news of the late Mary Kovach. She's alive, Mr. Wallace, and you know it as well as I do. Someday you must tell me how she died. At the moment, rather busy. Pardon me. What he shoved across the desk at me was a check for $10,000. And what I did was... Mr. Wallace, I arrest you for deliberately negating the terms of a will and for pretending that Arnold Dranacek was alive for the past 13 years. Okay, so maybe you read the headlines of how a scrubwoman learned that she owned $1 million business because Dranacek's will made her the prime beneficiary, with the estate to go to Wallace if she wasn't alive at the time of Dranacek's death. Wallace had been sending those orchids every year and meant to continue sending them as long as Mary lived, as insurance, so that Mary wouldn't think Dranacek was dead and maybe investigate. Wallace got a 10-year sentence, and I got $500 plus a kiss from a millionairess. Good pay. Like I said, I'm not a sentimental guy. And when I find somebody who is, it's okay. Provided I don't think he's overdoing it. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This started with a wreck and went from there to double murder over $75,000 worth of glitter that nobody got in the end. Because I found out just in time what was fishy about the tale of the mermaid.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Tale of the Mermaid.
At 9:30, I was still in my office, tucking in the loose ends on a report, while I listened with half an ear to the fabric of city sounds rising from the street below. Fabric ripped suddenly by tires clawing concrete. The shattering crash that followed brought me to my feet. It was a traffic accident, and a bad one. I ran to the window, but it had happened around the corner out of sight from my office. So I watched others run for it and remembered grimly that every 30 seconds, somewhere in the country, a thing like that happened. And 1 out of every 16 minutes was fatal. I wondered who had been chewed up in a chromium meat grinder this time as I listened to first the police, then the emergency ambulance, and finally the scavenger truck cleaned the wreck off the street. After that, I went back to my report again and tried to forget about it. But an hour later, that same accident came back into my office.
Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah?
This is Corey Riggs.
Yes, Miss Riggs.
I'm a
a nurse at the Warwick Emergency Hospital.
Uh-huh.
About an hour ago, a man named Stanley Ott was brought in, and he's been calling for you.
For me?
He was badly injured in an automobile accident on Cahuenga on his way to your office.
Wait a minute. Who did you say this was?
I'm the nurse assigned to Mr. Ott at the hospital. I just got off duty, and I had to wait until I was relieved before I could call you.
I see. Well, look, Miss Riggs, I'd like to help in any way I can, but it's 9:30.
Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Ott gave me $250 and told me to call you.
Yeah, I know, but
And he said that I should give you $200 and keep the $50 for myself.
Oh, fine. Now I get clients by proxy.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I'll be right over, Miss Riggs. I didn't know anyone named Stanley Ott, and I felt a little like an ambulance chaser, but I was only 15 minutes from getting to the emergency hospital. As I walked up the ambulance ramp, a smart-looking brunette came toward me.
Mr. Marlowe? I'm Corey Riggs, the nurse who called.
Oh, hello. Can I see him now?
It wouldn't do any good. You see, he went into a coma a few minutes after I called.
Oh, too late, is that it?
Let's move away from the door, shall we?
Sure.
You see, Mr. Marlowe, before he went into the coma, Ott wasn't rational. He was raving.
About what sort of thing?
About you and a girl.
Oh?
As near as I could make out, she's supposed to meet someone tonight at 2 o'clock and collect $75,000.
It's quite an assignment. Who's the girl?
I don't know. All Ott said was something about a plaid coat as identification.
Plaid coat, huh? Any idea what he wanted me to do? Chaperone, maybe?
No, he kept pleading, stop her, she can't do it. So I'm sure that he wanted you to prevent this girl from keeping that appointment. For some reason that seems absolutely imperative to him.
Where was this 2 o'clock meeting supposed to take place?
I have no idea.
Oh, fine. So it boils down to this. A girl we don't know in a plaid coat is meeting someone we don't know at a place we don't know at 2 a.m. The man who wants me to prevent it is in a coma and can't talk. Didn't he say anything else, Miss Riggs?
He just kept saying, you've got to help me, Marlowe. It's life and death.
You know, we can stir up an awful hornet's nest poking our noses into $75,000 worth of business we know nothing about. I doubt that we can do any good anyway, because we don't have enough to go on. If he said anything else to even point in the right...
Marlowe.
What?
Oh, wait a minute. He mumbled something once about a Constantine.
Constantine?
Yes, it's some pier.
What is it, a boat?
I don't know. But at least it's a lead, isn't it?
Anything else?
No.
Okay, where can I reach you?
I'll be at my quarters, Crestview 5781.
5781. And keep track of Stanley Ott's condition, will you? If he comes out of it, talk to him. We've only got 3 short hours. I'll call you, Corey. I felt a little weird as I left the hospital because I was traveling on strictly second-hand information as to what had gone on in a delirious mind. But in spite of that, there was still enough coherence in what Corey Riggs told me to make a case. My first stop was a phone booth and a call to the police, where I found out from the accident report that Stanley Ott was 30, unmarried, small-time lawyer, and an L.A. resident with a clean police record. My next call was the harbor master's office at San Pedro.
Constantine? No, don't remember no vessel by that name, sonny. Just a minute, I'll look her up in the registry. Let's see. Constantine. Only one listed is a 4-masted schooner sunk off Pirates Point near Monterey in 1870.
A little before my time.
Not the one, eh?
Not the one. So I tried the Coast Guard.
No fishing boat called Constantine on this coast, mister.
That was followed by a check of Yacht Harbor at Long Beach, negative. And a call to the pleasure boat anchorage at Santa Monica.
No Constantine registered here, sir.
After that, a long, futile reconnaissance of the waterfront from one end to the other. It left me 1 solid hour later out at the end of a tottering, almost abandoned concession pier in Venice, swearing in blind frustration at the black, seething ocean below. I was licked.
You ain't thinking of jumping in, are you, pal? Hey, you look like you lost your best friend.
I did, Buster. Me. I was sunk with a Constantine in 1870.
Constantine? You know him, too, huh?
Him?
Yeah.
You mean Constantine's a guy?
Sure, pal. There's a shack there. Wait till the beacon light comes around again. You see? See there?
Well, I'll be. Prince Konstantin Chevnov. Narcosis, palmist and medium, personal consultant by appointment only.
Yeah, but that's a fake.
No fool.
All them guys, he owes everybody around, even at the Ziggy, me. For $1, and that's something. But he's a genuine Russian prince. Hey, where are you going?
Have a look. Prince Konstantin Chevnov could be my boy.
He wouldn't want you nosing around here, pal.
That's too bad. Does he live here?
Yeah, in the back. He runs his pitch in the front where all them green curtains are.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I suppose he always leaves his door unlocked, huh?
What? No. Hey, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'll bet. There'll be a light switch here someplace. Oh, yeah. Now, let's see what... Oh.
Holy cats. Goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
As the little wharf rats darted through the door and scampered away into the darkness, I went over to the body, face up on the cheap, gaudy carpet of the seance room. He was about 35 in a substantial gray business suit stained red in front where the bullets had gone in. His wallet was missing. There was no other identification on him. His gray snap-brim hat was spilled a few feet away, so I picked it up to look for initials and found instead a small file card stuck into the sweatband. Typed at the top was the heading, The Mermaid. Owner Otis Van Owen, only relative Evelyn Van Owen, niece. Mermaid stolen November 12, 1948. Insurance paid in full. In ink, Van Owen died August 1949, and under that in pencil, Konstantin Chevnov, Venice Pier, and Louis Paradise, 913 Seacrest Road, Pacific Palisades. It took 20 minutes to find 913 Seacrest. And when I stopped and got close enough, what I saw through an open window made Konstantin's trap I just left look as reliable as a post office by comparison. It was a miniature Egyptian temple, exotic and dainty, sickening lushness of red velvet and yellow silk. And in the center of the room was a bloated little man, balancing a long cigarette holder in one hand, while he simpered into a honey-colored French phone in the other. I moved up quietly until I could hear him.
A sentimental agreement. That is right, Evelyn. Your Uncle Otis and I were the best of friends for years. Well, thank you, child. Where are you now? Oh, the observatory. Good. I advise you to stay there until a few minutes before 2, and you will not forget to wear a plaid coat just to be sure I won't make a mistake.
What is it, bud?
What?
Sideshow? Careful now. Sudden noises like this gun going off upset Mr. Paradise. What do you find so interesting inside?
Conversation. About the mermaid, probably.
Uh-oh. I'm glad you dropped that one, Bud, because I'd bump you for a nickel. Say nothing to 75G.
I don't talk things over with punks. I reserve it for the head man. Go do something about it.
Okay, Bud, I will. Go on, move. Round to the door and inside. Mr. Paradise gets some kind of kick out of stepping on big guys like you.
The gopher face shoved his automatic into the small of my back and marched me inside, where the air was thick with cheap incense. The bloated little king with the long cigarette holder had stepped out, but he came back fast when the gopher called him.
Mr. Paradise.
He stared at me from across the room, and his nostrils flared for an instant. And he simpered again and sidled toward me. The gopher dug at my spine with his gun.
Well, now, what is this you did?
Snooper, Mr. Paradise. Caught him outside, peeking in the window.
Oh? It is a bad night for snoopers. Who are you?
Name's Marlowe.
And the business?
Snooping.
He knows about the mermaid, Mr. Paradise.
He does he? How much do you know? Speak up.
She's got a fishtail instead of legs.
You dare to joke?
Stand here and take it, big man. You asked for it. Make a move and I'll drop you.
I know what you are, Marlowe, but not how much you have found out. Now tell me, because the next time I slap you, it will carry more weight than my bare hand, I promise.
You have company, Paradise.
Should I get it?
No, you keep this baboon under control, Rudy. I will answer the door. Oh, Prince, come in.
Paradise, what do you think? How far do you think you can go with my reputation? Do you want to get me hanged?
Wife, what is the matter, Constantine? You are upset.
Upset? I'm out of my mind. Oh, what a shock. And such a stupid thing for you to do.
What are you raving about?
He found that body on his front room floor, right, Constantine?
Exactly. Precisely. And what is more, I did not put it there. Of all the places in the world, why did you pick this one? Paradise, who is this? This stranger here?
If you would close your mouth and open your eyes more often, Prince Constantine, you would not be the nervous wreck you are. This is Mr. Marlowe, another snooper.
Another one. Paradise, listen to me. It's better if we quit. It's better if we don't try it tonight. It's out of hand. I don't like it now. We should get away and come back next year and do it.
You jellyfish, there is nothing to worry about now. Insurance investigators often work in pairs. Is that not so, Marlowe?
Your pitch, round man. You don't need any help from me.
You are so right. Rudy and I caught the first at your place, Constantine. Now we have the second one here. That is all there are. The danger is over. It's clear sailing from now on.
But what about that cadaver you had the audacity to leave lying in my cell?
Oh,
what about
forgive
that?
me, Constantine. That was a necessity. I am sorry. Now, listen.
Hey, Rudy. This go on all the time?
Yeah. Ain't it awful?
And think of all the champagne, caviar, and buffalo stroganoff you can buy with the Mermaid.
I don't care.
Just a bracelet, but at the same time it is $75,000 worth of diamonds and platinum.
Okay, Paradise. I trust you. Now, we go, huh? My, Gnazdo.
Yes, Prince. The Gnazdo it is.
Mr. Paradise. What should I do with the big boy here?
Yeah, you're kind of leaving a loose end around, aren't you, Fatty?
If I had the time, Marlowe, I would beat the arrogance out of you a little chunk at a time. Rudy.
Yeah?
You've got no initiative, but you do have imagination. So use it. Goodbye, Marlowe.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, it's a big break in entertainment for you and a big break in a career for some talented youngsters when Horace Height's original youth opportunity program opens the door to fame and fortune every Sunday evening on CBS. Popular Horace Height is host to young folks who want to break into show business. And every Sunday evening, one lucky winner does break in, to his delight and your listening pleasure. Yes, for music, comedy, thrills, and all-around fun. Listen to Horace Height Sunday evenings, another great CBS show heard over most of these same stations.
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all.
Listen carefully.
Here's the address. It's CBS.
Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Tale of the Mermaid.
When Louis Paradise hesitated at the door, snarled the suggestion that this henchman used his imagination in disposing of me, and left in lockstep with the white Russian screwball, I got the point. But even if I'd missed it entirely, one look into Brother Rudy's eyes would have done the trick. There were no pupils, just slits of lethal viciousness. Windows to his warped little mind where I could practically see the montage going on. That ran from ancient thumbscrews by candlelight up to a generous beating by street lamp with brass knucks. I felt a cold knot grow in the pit of my stomach as Rudy, with a cannon in his hand, pointed at my head, started toward me. And from someplace outside, I got a break. Two romantic cats. Rudy spun toward the sound. One chance to a customer, Rudy, and you missed.
Kill you, Marlowe. I'll blow your head off.
Not tonight, gentle soul. Give it to me. I don't want you to hurt yourself until we've had a chance to talk. That's it. Now, lie down. I knew there was some reason why I like cats, their voices. Okay, Rudy, you've had enough rest. Now, let's get back to business.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get up. We're going to talk.
Wait, hold it, please. No reason for any more rough stuff. I'll cooperate.
That's better. Where did Paradise and his Highness head for? The Gnazdo. Where is it?
I don't know.
Come on, you said there was no reason for rough stuff, remember?
Ow! Yeah, I remember. That Gnazdo, that's something I never heard of.
An unhappy coincidence, Rudy. It's one thing I'm interested in.
Hey, wait. Must be something else you want to know. Something else I could tell you that... Hey, what are you going to do?
You mean you can't tell, Rudy? That's
Keep
funny.
away.
All it takes is a little imagination. Rudy out of the way, I started through the place looking for all-important answer to what was the Gnazdo. The 20 minutes of turning drawers and closets inside out revealed nothing more exciting than Louis Paradise's address book, first names only, and a picture of a girl named Toodles who belonged to the Roaring Twenties, and by this time should have caught a death of cold. His sister, no doubt. But no lead on the Gnazdo. So on the slim chance that my client Stanley Ott might already be back in this world and able to help, I got outside into my car and drove to the first drugstore where, after checking the phone books under everything from bars to bathhouses for a Gnazdo and getting no place, I called Corey Riggs at the nurse's home.
No, Marlowe. Stanley Ott's still unconscious. I just talked to the night nurse on his floor. They expect him to come out of it soon. Why? What happened?
Well, it's too much to explain now, Corey, but that girl, the one in the plaid coat, I found out that her name's Evelyn Van Owen, and she's staying at the Surf Hotel. Now, see if that much checks with Ott when he comes to, will you?
All right.
Oh, also, there's a diamond-studded item called the Mermaid, which accounts for that $75,000 he mentioned. Now, Constantine and the pier now equal a phony Russian prince who runs a spook palace out on the old Venice pier. Now, you got all that?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, look, honey, listen real hard. Before Ott passed out, did he by any chance say the word Gnazdo?
Gnazdo?
Yeah.
No. What does it mean?
I don't know. I think it's the name of a place.
Oh, have you checked the phone book?
Yeah. It's no dice, Corey. Also, I checked one Mr. Louis Paradise, who you might mention.
Marlowe, wait a minute.
What's the
Hold
matter?
the wire, will you? There's a girl here, one of the nurses, who's trying to tell me something.
Oh.
It's the Gnazdo, Marlowe. Shh, wait a minute. She knows something about it here. It's Rosemary. You talk to her.
Hello.
You want to know what Gnazdo means?
Yeah.
Well, it's Russian, like Pashlamaya Gnazdo.
Oh, is that so? Well, what does it mean in English, Rosemary? Fast, please. It's important.
Well, that means let's go to my place. Gnazdo's the word for nest, sort of like cozy apartment or cottage.
My place. Nest. You sure of that?
Well, I'm positive. I was an army nurse in the war, and I spent 2 years in Germany after the shooting part was over. 2 years, a half a block away from the Russian zone.
That's close enough. Thanks a million, Rosemary.
Oh, don't mention it. Here's Corey.
Oh.
That do it, Marlowe?
Yeah, I think so. At any rate, unless I'm way off base, it's where both the Mermaid and all parties concerned are going to rendezvous at 2 a.m. That's less than a half hour from now. The Prince's place on the pier. I want to be early, so goodbye, Corey. I'll call again when I know more. Yeah, and give my everlasting love to girlfriend Rosemary. She always show a peach. There was still a few parts missing, the way there always are. As I drove fast for the old Venice pier and added as I went along, it came out something like the theme of Paradise and Prince Whatchamacallit ready, willing, and able to pay $75,000 for a piece of jewelry that one Evelyn Van Owen now owned. A mermaid, which, according to the data I'd found on the insurance man's body, had once been stolen from Evelyn's late uncle. But I left it there when my rearview mirror said a long gray sedan that had been tagging me discreetly for the last 3 blocks was now being indelicate about it and closing fast. The driver was old pal Rudy, and as he came abreast, he headed for me.
All right. You're okay, Mac. Don't you worry about a thing. We'll have you out of there in a minute. Hey, can't you knock out that horn?
Knock out the horn, he said. What do you think we're trying to do? It ain't so easy getting my hand past the printed hood. You know.
Oh.
Well, that's better.
Hey, cabby, what'd I hit?
Well, in order of their appearance, Mac, your car into a telephone pole and then you into your dashboard.
Yeah, you're sure lucky you bounced off the curb first. It rode you down plenty. Oh, hey, here comes the argument.
Yeah.
Look at the roll.
Not for me. I'm all right. Hey, come on, cabby, help me out of this, will you?
Sure, that's what we're trying to do. But don't you worry, the ambulance ain't for you. For the guy that sideswiped you and then tried to get away. I seen what happened, and I went after him in my cab. He turned into a dead end, no less, trying to shake me. Ooh, is he a mess? But I guess he'll live all right. Hey, what you got against you anyhow, Mac?
Just my life. Listen, your cab's still all right?
Sure, there's someplace you gotta go.
There is. The old Venice Concessions Pier, my friend, and the sooner the better. Come on. Maybe my head against the dashboard was exactly what I needed. Because right then and there, the method of Rudy's handiwork made me think of an angle that I'd neglected almost completely. My unconscious client had not wanted me to get the Mermaid or the $75,000, but to stop Evelyn from keeping her rendezvous, which at this point I figured could mean but one thing. It was exactly 2 o'clock when the cab slammed to a stop near the pier. And I piled out and ran onto the empty, fog-dampened planking that led to Prince Constantine's shack. Nothing but mist moved over the pier. No unusual sound broke the pattern of waterfront noises. And I thought momentarily that I was still in time to prevent what Stanley Out somehow knew was going to happen. That Louis Paradise and his eccentric sidekick intended to get the Mermaid from Evelyn, but pay off in only one way. I ran to the rear of the shack on stilts and got close to the half-open door where I could see and hear and found out just what I'd expected. In the storeroom, spread out and very still on the oil-soaked planks that were a makeshift floor, was the lifeless form of a girl, who, according to the plaid coat she wore, was the late Evelyn Van Owen. And kneeling close to a gun in one hand, the sparkling mermaid in the other, was her executioner, Louis Paradise. Next to him, his number 1 boy, Prince Constantine Chevnov, not very happy.
A fool to shoot her was stupid.
Yes. 75 grand, stupid. Or would you have preferred that I pay Miss Van Owen in cash? I had to kill her.
Yes, Paradise, but the gun, so much noise, we can't afford to attract attention.
There's 2 corpses on hand. I should say not, Fristy. Don't try it, Louis.
Oh, the Mermaid. The space between the boards. The Mermaid. Oh.
It's in the water, Chevnov. Shame.
Yeah. Yes, it's a shame. We did so much, worked so hard.
Yeah, killed so often. Gonna run for it, Your Highness?
Run? Nah. No, Paradise is dead there. Without Paradise, I am not so brave. I will do as you say.
Keep quiet. Don't make a sound, Chevnov. We got company.
Quiet!
Pardon me. Can you please tell me where Louis Paradise can be found?
It's Louis Paradise there. Who are you?
Evelyn Van Owen.
What? Van Owen?
Oh.
The woman who was supposed to sell the Mermaid to Paradise?
That's right. But on my way over here, just after I left my hotel, somebody struck me, knocked me out. He took my coat there and my purse and ran.
Your purse with the Mermaid, no doubt.
Yes.
And that, Miss Van Owen, makes this angle shooter here. Yeah. The very dead nurse, Corey Riggs. Let's get out of here.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Miss Van Owen. Stanley's going to be all right.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Why is it women always cry when they're so happy?
I don't know, but it's effective. Well, I'll run along now. Goodbye.
Bye, Doctor.
Bye. You know, Mr. Marlowe, when I was in Stanley's room with the doctor, Stan said he didn't lose control of his car at all when he had that accident in front of your place. He was run off the road
by a gray sedan, I know. Because I had the same treatment. One of Louis Paradise's henchmen, Rudy. Where's your car, honey? I'll walk you out.
Just outside the front door.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, did I tell you why Rudy roughed him up?
Yes, in a way. You see, I told Stanley about the deal with the Mermaid, and he thought it all sounded a little phony.
Can't understand why.
He's a lawyer, you know.
Ah, legal type mind. Yeah.
He said meeting anyone at 2 a.m. was ridiculous, so he investigated as much as he could because he was worried about me. We're engaged, you
No,
know.
I never would have guessed.
And he found out that Mr. Paradise was a fence. And Stan said that probably he never intended to give me the $75,000 for the Mermaid at all. That they intended to kill me.
Here we are. Tell me, why did you get in touch with Paradise in the first place?
I was just following Uncle Otis's instructions.
Mm-hmm.
He gave me the Mermaid when he was dying. And he told me if I wanted money to sell it only to a Mr. Paradise, but not to mention it to anyone.
Your uncle faked a robbery, collected the insurance money, and then let you sell the Mermaid to a fence, huh? It's lucky for you that Nurse Corey Riggs was clever. She put together just enough of Otis's gibberish to know that there was something good to be had and then got me to unravel it for her.
She got still taking my place.
When she tried to collect your $75,000.
Yeah. Oh, here's my car.
Well, Evelyn, for a little while you were a rich woman. Now it's all gone. How do you feel?
Well, I'm alive. And in love.
Yes, well, that answers my question. Good night, baby. And good luck. When I left the hospital, I wandered back to the old Venice Pier in Prince Constantine's Nazdo. It was 5 a.m, and the police had finished cleaning the place up. But the word had gotten out. A crowd had gathered. They always do. Curious, restless, sordid crowds, equipped with everything from grappling hooks to homemade diving helmets, all climbing over each other for a chance to fish for the Mermaid. She who had brought death to 3 people, injury to 2 others in the course of one night. And suppose they found her. What then? A lot of glittering pieces of white coal set in a metal frame we call precious. Look at the suckers grab. That's all, Marlowe. Home and to bed.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Rita Lynn, John Daner, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Junius Matthews, Herb Vigran, and Mark Lawrence. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with a terrified woman lost in a maze of memories she couldn't explain. And waiting for her outside an open window was death.
Another show has joined the CBS Sunday Night Parade. It's The Contented Hour, starring Buddy Clark and featuring the finest in popular and semi-classical music. It comes to you on most of these CBS stations for the first time tomorrow night, making its debut on CBS the same night as Red Skelton and Edgar Bergen and Charles McCarthy. Yes, this fall, you hear them all on CBS. This is Paul Masterson speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and prevent the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight, the case of the Mile High Murders. A thrilling counter-spy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now, another report to the American people. In your family's interest, listen to these findings, recently released by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated. After thorough and impartial tests, Pepsi-Cola proved of highest purity.
Pepsi-Cola has more quick food energy and value, ounce for ounce, than any other leading nationally known cola. Yes, tested, compared against all other leading nationally known cola drinks, Pepsi-Cola won out. You get the best, and twice as much, in delicious Pepsi-Cola. And now to Counterspy.
Havana calling easy, George, Able, Nan. M5 Havana calling easy, George, Able, Nan.
This is Easy, George, Able, Nan. Come in, M5. Come in.
Important emergency instructions. Repeat emergency. I'm sending boat out to rendezvous point 17, William Richard, which you will pass over in a few minutes. At point 17, William Richard, you will bail out of plane.
M5. What about the merchandise?
Disregard merchandise.
Now, look, M5, I can't do a thing like that. After all, the cargo.
Cargo must be sacrificed to preserve safety of all concerned.
But maybe we can work it out another way. I don't want to have anything to do with...
This is in order. And final. Switch to automatic pilot for gradual dive and bail out. Did you hear me, Easy George?
Switching to automatic pilot for gradual dive.
That's better.
So bail out, M5. This is Easy George, Able Man, signing off.
Quiet down. Quiet down. I've got bad news for you. I can't smuggle you into the state. Now, you do just as I say, or I'll have to use this gun. All 8 of you, move back in the ship. Back to the tail. That's it, right there. Now, stay right there till I pull this lever. Parachuting out the bomb bay.
Please, not first.
Sorry, honest, but I can't help you.
We do not have to be afraid to die, my friend. But if we were as wicked as thieves of man, we should be afraid to leave.
I said I was sorry. That's all I can...
He shot out of the plane. We will be killed. We will all die. We must pray, please, pray. Ave Maria, gratia plena. Dominia tecum. Benedictus tuum.
Keep those birds of yours quiet, especially that stinking vulture.
Since your return to Cuba from your aborted mission, you've not been yourself, Egan.
Those birds screeching that way make me think of those poor refugees in the plane, pleading for their lives. Rosa,
See you, senor.
give me another drink.
See you, senor.
And hurry up, you fat sow. Egan is anxious to drown his conscience in my best wine.
It's easy for you to talk, Gregor, sitting here in your patio and listening to your crazy birds. You didn't have to dump 8 helpless people into the ocean. Sure, you can sleep at night.
Here is your drink, senorita.
Thanks, Rosa.
Egan, in our business, sometimes drastic steps are necessary for self-preservation.
Talk is cheap. You didn't see their faces.
Perhaps, but I see the logic in disposing of them. If you had landed at the field in Florida with that shipment of aliens, you would have been picked up by the police. Would you have preferred that? Of course you would.
All right. But how did the police know about the trip?
Someone dropped a hint to them. Tell him, Ross.
At El Montero Cafe, I was told its light was spotted.
Was anything said about me, Rosa?
No, senor.
By the way, Egan.
Yes?
Rosa also had something else at the Montero Cafe. Something about you. Rosa.
I heard, Senor Egan, that when you had delivered some of Senor Gregor's clients safely to the United States, you took money from them. Blackmail money.
That's a rotten lie.
Of course, it's only a rumor.
I don't care what it is. It's still a lie.
It had better be, Egan. For your sake.
You can't frighten me, Gregor, because I've got nothing to hide. I've always been on the up and up with you.
Very well, Egan. Now, let's get back to business. We will continue our weekly passenger run from Cuba to Florida.
How can we? The cops are onto us.
We will no longer use a large plane. Temporarily, we will reduce our activities by using a small 5-passenger plane. And from now on, you will not land at our isolated field in Florida. Instead, we will avail ourselves of desolate stretches of beach along the coast.
Nothing's going to stand in the way of your making a fortune. Not even my neck, huh, Gregor?
Nothing, Egan. And least of all, your neck.
Operator, this is Captain Kincaid of the Miami Office Immigration Service. I want to put in a person-to-person call to Mr. David Harding, Chief of the Counterspies in Washington.
Hello, Captain Kincaid. This is Harding.
Oh, Mr. Harding, on that matter we discussed last week when I was in Washington, an emergency has arisen. We'd appreciate having Counterspy cooperation in this case now.
Anything at all, Captain.
Can you assign one of your Miami agents?
Better than that, Captain. I'm going to give this case my personal supervision. My assistant, Harry Peters, and I will leave immediately for Miami by jet plane. Go ahead, Captain Kincaid.
Well, Mr. Harding, this is the obsolete light army bomber I had flown over here to the Miami City airport to illustrate my theory.
Peters and I are very anxious to hear it. Please continue.
Now, this is the way I reconstruct the story. A surplus army bomber, identical with this one, left from an improvised runway outside Havana, Cuba last Friday with 8 aliens aboard. That we're fairly sure of through a contact in Havana.
But the plane never landed here in the States.
No, Mr. Peters. We had it under spotter observation in the Caribbean and suddenly lost it. And it didn't return to its Cuban base either.
What about the alien?
I'm just getting to that, Mr. Harding. All right, Bob. Mr. Harding, my theory is the bomb bay doors were opened like that, and the aliens were forced to jump to their deaths in the Caribbean, thousands of feet below. Mass murder.
Chief, this is about the lowest crime we've ever come across. The absolute lowest. Well, Kincaid, I suppose the smugglers must have been tipped off that their plane was spotted and warned the pilot, maybe by radio, huh?
I figure it the same way, Mr. Harding.
It could be, Chief, that the pilot bailed out and was picked up while the aliens went down with the plane. That's possible, Peters. That would account for the disappearance of the plane. Anyway, let's get started.
Havana, our next stop, Chief?
Havana next, Peters. With the cooperation of the Cuban police, we're starting on this alien smuggling racket by smuggling ourselves into Havana by speedboat.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, I'm coming to your house. I have something very interesting for you.
What is it, Rosa?
A letter, senor, from people in the United States to people here in Havana. What I told you about Senor Egan is no longer a rumor.
Well, it looks isolated enough for our purposes.
Good idea, Dave, taking the speedboat instead of a plane. Smugglers probably have their eyes on every airfield in Cuba.
There's no doubt about that, Peter. They have a terrific investment to protect. We know there are thousands of aliens in Cuba, poor devils waiting for the chance to get into the United States. Those who can't get in under the legal quota are willing to pay their last cent to be smuggled in.
Nice game. Trafficking human misery. Dave, have you lined out a modus operandi for us?
Yes. Now, once we're smuggled in, we'll try to get ourselves smuggled out again.
Smuggled out? Dave, they'll know that we're not in.
They'll never catch on to you, Peter.
Uh-oh.
Here I go again.
You're still my star actor, Peter.
Okay, let's have it.
Well, by the time we get to Havana, you're going to look and talk like an alien. An alien willing to pay any price to get refuge in the United States.
Good afternoon, Senor Gregor.
The letter, Rosa.
See, the letter. You're anxious to see it, no?
Where is it?
Senor Gregor, you are a man of business. Rosa is a woman of business. She is not beautiful. She is not young and thin. So there is nothing left in life for poor Rosa. But money.
Rosa, you've always reminded me of my pet vulture here. The most disgusting of creatures.
You pay me a compliment, Senor Gregor. He is a cunning bird also, eh, Senor?
All right. How much for the letter?
$200.
The longer I know you, the more repulsive you become.
And the more valuable, eh, Senor? $200, please.
Here.
Much it costs. Here it is.
Yeah. The pilot made us give him our last dollars when we landed in the United States. We had to do it because if we didn't, he said he would report us to the American government.
You are being cheated, Senor Gregor.
You stupid cow. You think only the money worries me? Letters like this cause trouble. Talk it around. Egan has put my entire business in grave danger.
My knife, Senor. For $100, I could use it well.
I don't need you for this. Do not worry, Rosa. When the time comes, I will put an end to Egan personally. You see this dish of raw meat? Come with me over to the pool and you will understand quite clearly.
The pool?
My fish pond.
But you do not feed fish beef like this.
Rosa, my fish, you do feed beef like this. Those creatures you see swimming in my pond are piranha fish, a very unusual species from Brazil. Watch what happens when I throw the fish into the water. Now watch.
Like wolves, they make a pack.
They say, Rosa, that a small school of piranha fish can strip a human body of flesh in 4 minutes. An amusing thought, eh, Rosa?
Very amusing.
Observe. The fish seems to be still hungry. See them skimming the surface? Perhaps they should have bigger bait. Huh? What do you think, Rosa? Huh?
In a moment, back to Counterspy, presented by delicious Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, it's the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too.
Yes, twice as much and better, too. You know Pepsi gives you twice as much. You know Pepsi's better, tastes better. But now I want to make sure you know which cola drink is of proven highest quality. Listen, impartial tests were made comparing all the leading nationally known colas. And here's the news. Delicious Pepsi was rated tops for quick food energy and honest-to-goodness value, ounce for ounce. Yes, more value and quick food energy in every tasty sip of Pepsi. That's why Pepsi is so refreshing. Why you feel so good. Why you're on the beat. Why people call Pepsi their favorite treat. When the quality's proof tops and the taste is so delightful. So refreshing that you bubble and the quantity is double. Say, is it any wonder Pepsi's America's big, big favorite? Insist on tasty Pepsi wherever you may be. At the fountain, say, Pepsi, please. At the stand, say, Pepsi, please. And at the store, get Pepsi in the money-saving carton of 6 big bottles. How about getting a carton tonight of delicious Pepsi-Cola?
Delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola, delicious Pepsi-Cola.
now back to Counterspy.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah?
Please, a lighter for my pipe.
Why? Oh, certainly. Here you are.
All clear, Mr. Harding?
All clear, Peters. No one in this section of the park. We can talk right here. How did you make out as Mr. Kovac?
Passed my first test with flying colors, Dave. I registered at the hotel patronized by refugees. I managed to make friends pretty quickly.
Any leads?
One of my new friends advised me that I might get what I wanted if I paid a visit to El Montero Cafe.
El Montero Cafe, huh?
A small native barroom on Del Caro Street. The place is run by a fat, middle-aged woman named Rosa. My friend also said that a visit to Rosa is the first step in making entry into the States.
Rosa must be the contact between the aliens and the smugglers.
Looks that way, Dave.
All right, Peters, or rather, Mr. Kovac, I guess it's time for you to visit this Rosa at El Montero Cafe. See how you make out in your second test.
And what do you want with me, Senor Kovac?
I have come to you for help, Rosa.
Help?
I wish passage to the United States.
To get to the United States, Senor Kovac, one has only to obtain passage on plane or boat. Why come to me?
I was told by friends that you could advise me of the steps necessary to get into the United States without detection by the authorities.
Senor, such a means of entry is dangerous, illegal, and they say expensive.
I have $25,000.
25,000. It would be a shame that a gentleman so anxious as you should not get what he wishes. Where are you staying in Cuba, Senor Kovac?
The Hotel Paloma.
Be in your hotel room at 10 tomorrow morning. An American named Egan will call on you and explain the arrangement.
Oh, thank you, Rosa. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me.
Then you passed your second test with flying colors, too, huh, Peters?
Guess I did, Dave. And your idea of mentioning $25,000 didn't do any harm. Did you manage to get a line on Egan after I called you earlier?
According to the Cuban police, Egan runs a small passenger plane service between Havana and Miami.
Mm-hmm. Probably a cover-up for smuggling activities. Anyway, Chief, we'll be able to put an end to Egan's business tomorrow morning.
Oh, Peters, I'm not just interested in Egan and Rosa. It's obvious we can pick them up any time. No, there's somebody else, somebody who's masterminding this operation.
I guess you're right, Dave, but how to get to him?
Well, I'd say that's up to you, and how well you do on your third test, Mr. Kovac.
Yes?
Senor Gregor, this is Rosa.
What is it, Rosa?
I have been looking all over for Egan. He is nowhere to be found.
Egan is here with me, waiting for me out in the patio. I was just about to introduce him to my amusing piranha fish.
But you will need Egan to fly the plane.
I've made arrangements for another pilot. He will be here next week.
But I have for you a client who wishes a trip to the United States now.
The client will wait, Rosa.
But he is willing to pay $25,000.
Oh? Well, Rosa, that is a different matter. It is fortunate you did not call me a few minutes late.
I made arrangements with the client for Egan to be at his hotel tomorrow morning at 10.
Very well, Rosa. Egan will be there. I will apologize to my piranha fish for the postponement.
There will be no postponement, Mr. Egan.
Don't you worry about that, Kovac. You show up tonight in the back room at El Montero Cafe with the $25,000, And by this time tomorrow, you'll be safe and snug in the USA.
United States of America. I can hardly wait. Mr. Egan, I'm so grateful to you for... excuse me, please. Hello?
Senor Kovac, this is Rosa. Is Senor Egan there?
Oh, yes, he is. Senor Egan, it is Rosa. She wishes to speak with you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Rosa?
There is trouble. Do not betray yourself with words or looks.
Sure, Rosa. Go ahead.
A friend was just here in El Montero and told me about Senor Kovac. This morning at the hotel, there he saw the man who visited Kovac. The visitor was David Harding of the United States Counterspy.
What? Thanks for telling me, Rosa. Thanks very much.
You seem troubled, Mr. Eden. Did Rosa have bad news?
Not exactly, Kovac. Coming like it did now, in a way, it was good news.
Then everything will go as she arranged it.
Well, there'll be just one thing.
My arm, you're trying to get out of this grip. The more it's going to hurt.
I do not understand. Why are you doing this?
I'll explain just as soon as I get this gun out of your shoulder holster.
All right, now. Get back.
Up against that wall.
What is the meaning of this? You can drop the act. Rosa phoned to tell me about some information she got on your visitor here this morning. Harding of the Counterspy. What do you got to say to yourself now?
Just one thing, Egan. If you're smart, you'll drop that gun and give yourself up.
You think I'm crazy, Kovac?
Just to set you straight, the name is Peters.
A Counterspy, too.
That's right, Egan.
So you want me to give myself over to you, that it?
It might go easier on you. If you do get away now, Egan, I'll get you anyway. I'll hound you till I get you.
That's where you're wrong, Peters. Your hounding days are over. I'm getting out of here. But you're not.
You fool, Egan. Murdering a counter-spy, you stupid, idiotic fool.
What do you expect me to do, Gregor? Let him take me in?
This will ruin everything.
So I'll lay low where they won't find me.
Don't you realize now the counter-spies will find you wherever you go? They won't rest until you're captured.
I thought you were so smart, Gregor. I thought you had a way of handling everything.
Of course. There is a way of handling this. Now that you're here, I have nothing to worry about.
What? What's the idea of that gun?
The idea, Egan, is self-preservation. If you were ever captured, you would blurt out my part in the smuggling business.
No, Gregor. You can trust me.
I had intended to rid myself of you last night. You were saved by the fat, disgusting swine, Rosa. Now I'll take up where I left off.
Gregor, please. Wait. Don't.
I'm not going to shoot, Egan. Huh? I'm just taking you to the edge of the pool over there. Then I'll leave it to my piranha fish to destroy all evidence of your being. Now, Egan, you will commence walking through the...
Buonasera, Senor Egan.
Rosa, you threw that knife into Gregor.
See.
But why? You were on his side.
Perhaps you do not understand how a woman feels to be talked to the way Senor Gregor always talked to me. I am not so young, nor am I so beautiful. I am not so fat, so disgusting as he said. I have been waiting for such an opportunity as this to answer Senor Gregor.
Hey, he's still alive.
See, I meant it so. I aimed my knife so that he should not die so easily, so painlessly.
I'll get a gun and finish him off.
Wait! Do not fire that gun.
But I have
to plan for him the death he planned for you. We will feed him to his cannibal fish, Senor Egan.
In the pond? Now, look, Rosa, I can't...
I have saved your life. You will do as I wish, no?
Okay. Guess I owe it to you.
You can drag him across the patio by the feet.
Yeah.
Even a woman such as I has feelings. He should not have choked me that way.
Stop where you are.
What?
Don't move. Keep him covered, Peters.
Got him, Mr. Harding.
Peters?
Senor Kovac, you're alive.
Sorry to disappoint you two.
Can't be. I fired 2 shots into you.
Those were blanks in Peter's gun, Egan. They were in there waiting for you to use them.
Senor Egan, it is a drink.
That's right, Rosa. It was a member of the Cuban secret police who informed you that I'd visited Kovac's room. We wanted you to tip off Egan so he would lead us to the head smuggler.
Here we are, thanks to those blanks.
Okay, but the slugs in this gun aren't blank.
Drop that gun, Egan. You don't have a chance.
I got nothing to lose. I'm making a try.
Stop, Egan.
All right, Peter, let it happen.
Peter's that end. Yes, Chief. Nobody can live with us down the fish. You can call the Cuban police now. Tell them to come out for Rosa and Gregor. And we'll fly back home.
Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Bring it on now. Enjoy that bubbling, tangy, tasty treat. Sure hits the spot. At parties, it's a wonderful idea to serve delicious Pepsi. That extra quick food energy gives folks that bounce, that zing. And Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottles go twice as far. You get a carton of 6 bottles, and you serve 12 full-size drinks. So save that money. Get the best, and get twice as much in delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Twice as much and better, too. Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you. That's it. Delicious Pepsi-Cola. Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Case of the Hoodlum's Hero on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. This is Jay Jackson speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi tonight. Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some delicious Pepsi.
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Monkey Sees Murder, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the Peruvian Red Mark.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Peruvian Red Mark with the aid of Professor Ben Toole's stuffed monkey. But first, a word about good housekeeping. Millions of women have wisely come to depend upon Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And other millions are now coming to depend upon the 3 great Linex home brighteners to give their floors, their woodwork, and their furniture the same radiant beauty that Chemtone gives to walls. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. you'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the Miracle Wall Finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we pick up our story for today, we find Nick packing his bag in preparation for a trip to Boston. Patsy is supervising the job.
But do you think you ought to go to Boston with that cold, Nick?
Well, I'd much rather stay home, Patsy, but I feel that Professor Coleman really needs my help.
How do you happen to know this Professor Coleman?
Well, some years ago, before you came to work with me, a friend of my father's took me on an expedition into the wilds of Peru.
Hmm?
Professor Coleman was one of the men in charge. We've been close friends ever since.
Where's that letter you got from him?
Right here.
Thanks. Dear Carter, is there a chance of your getting up this way? I should like to discuss with you a most delicate problem which has suddenly come up, one which is driving me out of my mind. I've tried to write it, but without success. With exams coming up, I can't get away. Please come. I need you desperately. Charlie Coleman. Well, it certainly sounds pretty serious.
Yes. Can't imagine what he's talking about, but I think enough of him to want to help him if I possibly can. So I'm going to Boston, cold or no cold. Wonder if old John is still with the professor.
Who's old John?
Oh, he was sort of a handyman around the university for a long time. Then his memory began to fail him, and after a rather serious accident that cost the chemical lab quite a bit of money, they had let him go. Professor Coleman took pity on him and gave him a job as his housekeeper. Old John idolizes the professor.
When do you get there, Nick?
So I should be there about dinner time this afternoon, I expect. Certainly be glad to see the old boy again. Suppose I should have phoned before coming. Stupid of me. Door's open. Not even latched. That's odd. Anyone home? You here, Professor? Hello? Well, guess I might as well go in and wait for him. Professor! What on earth? Shot. Right through the head. Not long ago. John! John! Well, obviously, it's a case for the police.
Operator.
Police headquarters, please.
Police headquarters. Yes, sir.
Who's there? Oh, it's you, John.
Yes, sir. Oh, how are you, Mr. Carter?
Police
headquarters, Sergeant Donnelly speaking.
This is Nick Carter, Sergeant. I want to report that Professor Coleman of 4873 Beacon Street has been murdered. I just found the body.
Don't leave the house. I'll have someone up there right away.
I'll wait. Goodbye.
Did I hear you saying on the phone that he was dead?
Yes. Where have you been, John?
Well, I've been out.
Yes, I know, but where?
Well, he said for me to go over to Logness Hall to a lecture. He ain't really dead, is he? You're just saying that, ain't you?
He told you to go out. Why?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he was expecting company. He told me to go.
Whom was he expecting, John?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the man who was here twice already asked him for him. The man who looks kind of like the professor himself.
I see. John, tell me, do you know anyone who would want to kill the professor?
Oh, no, sir. No, indeed.
Well, what about this man who looks like him, who came here twice, you say?
Oh, he just came. The professor was out each time, so he went away.
Did he leave his name?
No, sir, he didn't. Just looked sad and went away.
You told Professor Coleman about this man, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what did he say when you told him?
Well, he seemed sort of troubled, sir. He kept asking me what the man looked like and what he said and what he did and all like that.
Do you think the professor was afraid?
Well, I don't know. Maybe a little. Oh, I'll go let him in, Mr. Carter.
All right, men, wait here. I'm Captain Jeffrey, Police Department. Is it the man who phoned us?
Yes, I'm Nick Carter, an old friend of the professor's. His body is in the living room there.
Okay, thanks. We'll look the place over. Then I'd like you to tell us what you can about it. Wait here with it. And you say you've known Coleman for years?
Yes, ever since we went on that Peruvian expedition together. I only stayed there a few months, but Benjamin Toole, the head of the expedition, and most of the others stayed on until their work was finished.
Well, Mr. Carter, if there's nothing else you can tell us, we'll be getting back to headquarters. You're going to be in the city for a while?
Yes, at least until this is cleared up.
Where'll you be?
I imagine Ben Toole will want me to stay with him when he knows I'm in town. He generally does.
I see.
You can get me there if you want me. Hello, Ben.
Carter. Nick Carter. Well, this is a surprise.
When did you get into town?
This afternoon.
Well, I'll call Peterson and Charlie Coleman right away. We must have a real old-time reunion.
I have just come from Professor Coleman's, Ben. He's dead.
Huh? Dead? Charlie dead? Oh, surely you're not serious.
I'm afraid I am, Ben. He was murdered late this afternoon.
Murdered? It doesn't seem possible.
Didn't to me either. See here, we better call Peterson and tell him. He should know at once.
Suppose I ask him to come over right away. But you don't realize, Nick, how he and Coleman have drifted apart in the last couple of years. He's still hot-headed as ever, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why, what was the trouble between him and Coleman?
Coleman thought Peterson drank too much. Peterson was in his department, you know. And Peterson thought it was none of Coleman's business what he did outside of ours. Once they actually came to blows, very briefly.
I see. I suppose Pete will take over Professor Coleman's job now. He was in line for it, wasn't he?
Yes, with a nice salary increase, too. Well, I'll give him a ring when he gets here. You can tell us both all the details.
And that's all I can tell you. I don't suppose, Peterson, that you have any more idea than Ben does what the problem was that Coleman wanted to discuss with me.
Not the slightest, Carter. You and I were scarcely on as intimate terms as that. Of course, I'm sorry that he's dead, but I don't expect to go into mourning for him.
We're all sorry he's dead. He was a good man and a good scientist.
Yeah, I've got to be running along. I have work to do. Nice to have seen you, Carter.
Now, wait a minute, Peterson. Let's drink a toast to Coleman's memory before you go.
No, thanks. I've stopped drinking.
Since when?
The stuff was beginning to get me. I was beginning to do things without knowing it.
You've changed, Peterson. Things like that didn't used to worry you.
Yes, I know. Yes, I'm getting older. Well, good night. I'll see you again if you stay around a few days, Nick.
I'll let you out if you must.
Never mind, Ben. I know my way around here. Good night.
You'll stay here with me, of course, Nick.
We're glad to, Ben. Rather hoped you'd ask me.
Before we turn in, I'd like to show you the work I've been doing. My book on the expedition, you know.
Oh, yes. How's it coming along?
Nearly finished at last. It's been a terrific job to correlate all that material that we gathered in that year in Peru. It's not the money I'm after, you know. It's recognition. Recognition for all those months and years of hard work and perseverance. I'm getting old, you know, and I may not have...
What is it, Ben?
Look here. All over my manuscript. These red marks.
Oh, what do they mean?
You know what this is, don't you? The mark that's scrawled all over these papers?
Why, it looks like a big red letter F. Is it?
After you left the expedition and went back to New York, we found one of our head guides murdered in his tent one morning. And on his face and all over the walls of the tent, written in his blood, was the same symbol. The natives told us it was a message, a warning, a promise of death.
But who in the world could have...
I don't know. I don't understand it at all. First Charlie Coleman murdered, and now this. Oh, what can it mean?
I don't know, Ben. But the best thing to do right now is call the police. It's undoubtedly linked to Charlie Coleman's death some way.
It's been 2 days now, Nick, since Charlie was killed and my manuscript was mutilated. Have the police gone to sleep entirely?
I talked to Captain Jeffrey yesterday, Ben, but he hadn't learned much that was of any help.
Pardon me, Nick. I'll see who's there.
Good afternoon, Professor Toole.
Hello, Captain Jeffrey. Have you got some news?
Well, yes and no. Oh, hello, Mr. Carter.
Captain?
Glad you're here. See what you two can make out of this.
What is it, Captain?
This letter, we found it among Professor Coleman's things yesterday. As you see, it's dated about a week ago and comes from a firm of lawyers in Chicago. You care to read it, Mr. Carter?
Yes, of course. Well, that's odd.
What is it, Nick?
Briefly, it says that Professor Coleman's father died a few weeks ago, and the lawyers just found out. His will left his entire estate to his 2 sons, Charles and Bennett. Well, that fits in with what old John was telling me the other day about the stranger who resembled Coleman.
I hadn't heard that.
When Professor Coleman's servant told us about him, we checked up on him. It's pretty certain that a man who looks a lot like the professor has been seen around quite a bit recently. Several persons have seen him.
Was he alone always?
Yeah. No one has ever seen him with a professor. Did you read the rest of the letter?
Yes. It goes on to say, Ben, that if one brother only survives, he shall have all the money. But the letter says the lawyers have had no word about Bennett's whereabouts for over 5 years. They want to know if the professor could help them.
The surviving brother gets the whole estate?
That's it.
Then maybe the stranger was Bennett. And maybe he killed Charlie so that he'd be the surviving brother.
Or perhaps they had an argument over the money and the professor was killed in a quarrel.
Did you know about his brother, Ben?
Yes. Charlie told me a long time ago, but he swore me to secrecy. But after what's happened, I think I better tell you. Charlie's brother, Bennett Coleman, has another name. Vern Call.
Vern Call? Why, he's a crook. Is he Charlie's brother?
Yes, and he's bad. All bad. He recently escaped from a Carolina prison after serving 3 years of a long sentence for armed robbery.
Well, that's the answer to the whole thing right there. As this Bennett was a fugitive from justice, he knew he couldn't collect his share of the money without being caught. So he made tracks here to see his brother. They had an argument.
That's impossible.
Why?
Bennett couldn't have come here for his share of the money, because he was seen here in town before Charlie got the letter telling of their father's death.
Well, maybe I was wrong about the motive, but I'm right about him being the killer. That delicate situation the professor wrote you about could very well have been because Vern Call was hanging around. And that would have been very delicate for a professor in a college like this.
You make it sound very simple, Captain.
Well, it is simple, so why complicate it? Our job right now is to find Vern Call. I'll get out an alarm for him immediately.
So Professor Coleman has a brother who's an escaped convict. He's been seen near the scene of the crime. That seems to be the obvious answer. But is Nick himself satisfied with the solution, or do his suspicions point in another direction? We'll see in just a moment. These are days when your folks are likely to come tracking into the house with wet boots and galoshes. And those tracks can mean a great deal of work for you homemakers. Not only do you have to wipe up the floors, but it's quite likely that moisture may impair the floor finish. So here's the wise thing to do. Protect the floor surfaces in your home with Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. It's easy to brush on, and it leaves your floors and linoleum with a lustrous finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. For Linex Clear Gloss provides an elastic, transparent finish that really wears. It actually resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. And it lessens your housework amazingly, for it keeps dirt on the surface where you can wipe it away easily with a damp cloth. Depend on Linex Clear Gloss, the super varnish. Thousands of wise homemakers have found it the finest household protective finish in their experience. So ask for it at your dealers. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. Now, back to our story. As we pick up our story, it's about 10 o'clock in the evening. Nick and Professor Ben Toole are sitting in the professor's study.
I think I'll turn in, Ben, if you don't mind.
Nick, do you think Captain Jeffrey was right this afternoon?
No, I doubt it. Vern Cole doesn't explain the marks on your manuscript. It sounded like the window in your study being.
What I thought. The stuffed monkey on my desk.
What the deuce?
Somebody moved the monkey from the top of the bookcase down onto my desk. Put the dunce cap on him and put that card in his hand.
That red ink sign on the card. It's the same as the one that was on your manuscript, isn't it?
Yes, Nick. The same sign. It's come again.
Is your window locked? No, it isn't. That's how he got in.
But who, Nick, and why?
Ben, this card is fastened to the monkey's paw by a hunk of chewing gum.
Chewing gum?
Yes. Ben, I'm going out. I don't yet know why this stuffed monkey was placed on your desk, but I think I know who did it.
I've been waiting for you, Nick. Come in quick, you're soaking wet. Peterson was here, just left a few moments ago. I phoned him to come over after you went out.
Ben, old John Dyson was murdered tonight.
Old John? Murdered?
Yes, shot. Same as the professor was.
I knew it. I could feel it in the air. How did you happen to go there?
Chewing gum that fastened that card to the monkey's paw was scented with clove. And old John chews clove-flavored gum all the time.
You're soaked through, Nick. You already have a bad cold. Would you like some coffee? Peterson and I had some. There's a little left. It's still quite hot.
Yes, I think I would, Ben. I feel pretty down just now. Let me hang my coat up.
But, Nick, what's back of all this? Vern Cole surely wouldn't have any reason to kill old John, too.
I wish I could answer that, Ben. I have a general idea of what's going on, but I can't make it sound sensible.
Second cup of coffee was just what I needed. I think if you don't mind, Nick, I'll go to bed. I'm all in.
Certainly, Ben. Run along. I'll sit here for a while and finish my coffee and try to think things out. My stomach. Something I ate. Or drank. Coffee. And poisoned coffee. I better find something and get rid of it. Get my stomach emptied out. I better get rid of it. How are you feeling now, Ben?
A little better. We nearly died, Nick.
Don't I know it? Feel sure that if I'd retired at a reasonable hour, I should have died without ever getting out of bed. But fortunately, when the poison took effect, I was still sitting in the study. I managed to get to the kitchen and find some mustard and eggs and warm water and got cleaned out.
Oh, if you hadn't hauled me out of bed and treated me, I don't think I could have made it. I couldn't move when you found me. What caused it, do you suppose?
It must have been that coffee you made, Ben.
I didn't make it. Peterson did.
Peterson made it?
Yes. I poured us each a cup from what was left.
Ben, I'm going over to the chemistry lab and analyze that coffee we drank. See if there's anything in it except coffee.
You found there was arsenic in the coffee left in your cup, Connor?
Unquestionably, Captain. Enough to have killed us both many times over.
And Toole says Peterson made the coffee.
Yes.
Say, Peterson was with you on that Peruvian expedition, wasn't he?
Well, yes, he was, but there's no motive, Captain.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the alarm I sent out for Vern Call, or Bennett Coleman, if you prefer, has brought results. He's been in a hospital in Alabama for the past month with a broken back. Victim of a hit-and-run driver.
I was right, then. I thought it was funny he and Charlie were never seen together.
Huh?
Then who was the stranger who looked so much like Professor Coleman?
Hey, maybe Peterson can tell us something about that. He's got a lot to explain before he's in the clear.
Oh, Captain, come in. I just got here myself.
What's this all about, Carter? Why did you want me to meet you here at Professor Coleman's residence?
A hunch, Captain Jeffrey.
Yeah?
See, it's like this. After I left you this morning, I got to thinking. And suddenly things began to fall into place. That was when I called you and asked you to meet me here. I need one more piece of evidence, and I hope we'll find it here.
What are you going to do, Carter?
I want to go through old John Dyson's things. It may take time, but I feel sure it'll be worth it.
Well, if you can find any place in this room that you haven't gone over with a fine-tooth comb, I'll eat it. The only place you've missed is that old tobacco jar over there.
That's right. And old John didn't smoke. Here, I'll dump it out here on the table. Candy, chewing gum, a few buttons, and a sheet of paper.
Well, is that what you want, Connor?
I'll say it is. Come on. Let's show this letter to Ben Toole and see what he thinks of it. Then you can make your arrest. This is Ben's room.
Come in. Oh, hello, Nick. Captain Jeffrey. Have you found something?
Yes, Ben. We found this. Here.
Let's see. Where did you find it?
In old John's room. In the tobacco jar.
Tobacco jar? I didn't look there. I thought I looked everywhere. Even at murder, I was a failure. like everything else.
Yes, Ben, you've made a mess of your whole life, I'm afraid.
You know what I did?
Yes, I know everything.
Well, I guess it's time for me to take over here. I'm sorry, Professor Toole, but you're under arrest for the murder of Professor Coleman and old John Dyson. The attempted murder of Nick Carter.
I'm sorry, Nick. I've always liked you. But I couldn't stand the thought of being known as a failure in my chosen profession. I hope you understand.
Yes, Ben, I do. And I'm sorry for you. But murder is never the answer. It can't be. Although most murderers find it out too late.
Well, go on, Nick. You gave Professor Toole a letter to read. What did it say?
It was a letter from Professor Coleman to me. One he wrote to me, but never sent.
But what did it say?
It was that he, Professor Coleman, had suddenly learned that the whole affair of the expedition to Peru was a colossal fake.
What?
Engineered by men who made a small fortune by selling us supplies and renting us the Indians we used as guides and porters. It was a gigantic frame-up, with fossils and other relics planted for us to find.
Gee.
It was done by men who knew the subject well enough to fool everyone at the time. And Coleman says it was only very recently that he accidentally discovered it.
Oh.
He investigated further and found that it was true. Ben Toole was writing his life's work on the basis of a fake lot of evidence. Ben must have known it, of course, but must have decided to go through with it rather than admit the truth.
Gosh, what a terrible thing it would be to find that the biggest thing in your life was phony.
Exactly, Patsy. So terrible that when Ben found Coleman knew, he resolved to kill him before he could tell anyone. So he made himself up to look like Coleman and hoped to be taken for his brother. But they were never seen together. That was my first clue.
Oh?
Then, having set the stage that way, and knowing that the brother, being an escaped convict, could not appear to defend himself, he killed Coleman.
But, Nick, what about that red Indian sign on Professor Toole's manuscript?
They weren't Indian marks at all, Patsy. They were plain, everyday F's.
F?
Ben never flunked a student except for cheating. And then always put a big red F on the paper.
Oh?
Well, old John found the letter Coleman wrote to me and didn't send, realized what it was, and kept it to torment Ben with. He hated Ben because Ben was one of those who had old John fired from the college after the accident in the chem lab. And he marked the manuscript himself to show he knew Ben was cheating.
Oh, he must have hated him to do a thing like that.
He did. And putting the dunce cap on the stuffed monkey and putting the card in his paw with the big red F on it was his way of rubbing it in. But he gave himself away with the clove-scented gum he used. And when I left Ben's house to go see old John, Ben knew where I was going and beat me to it. And, of course, poisoning the coffee was the really fatal mistake.
You mean because you didn't die?
No. Because he put a lot of poison in my cup, and only enough in his own to make him slightly ill. He drank the whole cup and was only barely sick, while I drank only a little of mine and nearly died.
Oh, I see.
So the poison couldn't have been in the coffee. It was put in the cups themselves when I went to put my coat away.
And what was that delicate problem that Professor Coleman wanted to put up to you?
Oh, Patsy, don't you see that yet?
Well, I'm afraid not. Should I know?
Well, I think so. Coleman simply wanted to consult with me as to whether he should tell the truth about Ben and his expedition, or let Ben get away with it.
If he hadn't learned the truth about the expedition, he'd still be alive, and so would old John. And Professor Toole wouldn't be waiting for his execution.
Very true, Patsy. Sometimes the things we learn by accident are the most important things in our lives.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, note this. Pleasant surroundings make you happier, calmer, more contented, don't they? That's why thoughtful homemakers make a point of keeping their homes pleasant, shining bright, and sparkling clean. Thousands of American women have turned to the 3 great Linex home brighteners to help them with this task. For instance, Linex Cream Polish for fine furniture gives your household things a handsome, lustrous look in half the time. That's because Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, saving one whole step in your cleaning day routine. Only one quick application is needed to remove that cloudy accumulation of dust and previous polish. And at the same time, Linex Cream Polish does away with messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. And it leaves no oily film to attract more dust, to make more work. There's no doubt about it. Linux Cream Polish is a really worthwhile shortcut to furniture upkeep. It's the modern way to protect your fine belongings. So make a point of asking your dealer for Linux Cream Polish. Get all 3 great Linux home brighteners. Remember, that's Linux, spelled Lin-X. You'll find them all. Linux self-polishing wax, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. What's the subject of your story for next week, Nick?
It's about a fire, Ken. A fire that started mysteriously in a button factory in the dead of night.
But what interested Nick was that a girl was found, bound and gagged and burned to death on the top floor of the factory.
Yes, Ken, it was not only first-degree arson. It was first-degree murder.
Sounds good. What's the title of the story?
I call it Murder by Fire.
Oh, the mystery of the midnight alarm.
No more for now. Join us again next week for one of the most exciting stories in a long time. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder by Fire. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Alarm.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began with a strange little man who claimed the most remarkable power. The power to kill with his mind.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Suppose you were a kernel of wheat instead of people listening to the radio. Why, you'd have about as much chance of getting to be a Wheaties flake as you have right now to be president. Actually, less than 2% of all the kernels of wheat that hope to be Wheaties when they grow up ever set flake in a Wheaties box. That's how fussy the Wheaties folks are. Whole wheat for Wheaties has to be golden, perfect whole wheat. And when you buy Wheaties, that's what you get. Perfect whole wheat with all its nourishment. Of course, people, no matter who they are, can eat Wheaties, breakfast of champions. All they want, any time. And that includes you. Have some. Tell your grocer we sent you.
It was one of those lousy moods I had. Spring in the air, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and nothing ahead of me except another day's work. A broken leg and a month in bed. I should be so lucky. I started to walk down Michigan Boulevard. By the time I reached the art museum, I hated the whole world. Everybody was going home, and I was going to work. So, like a school kid playing hooky, I turned into a patch of grass landscaping the museum, and I sat down on a bench. At the other end of the bench was a little old guy, He was thin as Melba toast, and he was staring at a pigeon perched on the fountain. I was beginning to feel persecuted, like I was the only one in the whole wide city who had to go to work. In a nice, lazy kind of way, I was beginning to wish I was
dead. I wish you were dead.
At first, I didn't know where the voice came from. There was no one in back of me. There was no one around except the little guy at the other end of the bench.
There. I did it again.
You know, that's not a very nice thing to say to somebody you don't even know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you hurt me.
Oh, certainly I heard you. Why would you wish a thing like that on me?
Oh, but I didn't mean you. Not at all. Because if I did, you would now be dead.
You mean I would be dead?
It's terrible. Just terrible.
Well, if it wasn't me who just said that, too, then who was it?
The pigeon.
Pigeon?
The one that was on the fountain.
I see. And what happened to the pigeon?
He died.
The pigeon died?
Oh, yes. It'll happen every time. I'll get the bird and show you. Yes. It's dead, all right. You see? Perfectly dead.
Oh, now look, Mr.
Fettle is my name.
Yeah, Stone is mine. Randy Stone, and I guess I'll be running along.
Oh, I thought perhaps you could help me, Mr. Stone. You look like the kind of person who would understand.
Yeah. I'm the harmless type that's always walking into a confession.
Well, you see, it's something I can't tell to just anyone.
Yeah, well, some other time. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, that's the way it is. Everybody's interested in only themselves.
Well, get rid of that bird. It's not very pleasant sitting next to someone holding a dead thing in his hand.
Oh, of course. If I put it over there under the bush, would you listen to me? Maybe if I talked about it, it might help. You're not a policeman, are you?
Oh, no. I'm a newspaperman.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, get rid of the bird.
And then you'll listen to me?
Yeah, I'll listen.
Oh, that's very good of you, Mr. Stone. I'll just put it down over here.
He was a cute little old guy who didn't seem to fit into a world of airplanes and the Geiger count. He was still wearing a white celluloid collar and a tarnished diamond stick pin and a black tie. He was as clean as grandmother's old lace and just as faded. His white hair bulged from an old fedora hat, and his eyebrows looked like the prank of a makeup artist. They were untouched by age, and they were strawberry red. I was already feeling sorry for him, and I knew if I could, I was going to help him. He put the bird under the bush, and then he looked down at it and sighed.
I didn't mean to do it.
Sure, I understand. Now, what's bothering you?
You see, I killed that bird simply by looking at it and saying that I wished it were dead.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. You wished it was dead and it died.
You heard me, didn't you? You wouldn't think a thing like that was possible, would you?
Well, I don't know. If I remember correctly, there was this fellow King Midas. He had a pretty good thing, too. All he had to do was touch something and it turned into gold.
Oh, of course, that was only a fairy tale. You're not poking fun at me, Mr. Stone. You're not implying that I made this up.
Well, now, don't get touchy. It's pretty hard to get used to. All you have to do is wish a bird is dead and it dies.
Anything. A bird or even a person. And they die.
Well, that's quite a power you got.
You don't believe me, do you?
You ought to get a hold of yourself, don't you think?
I knew I shouldn't have said anything at all.
All right. Now, let's say I believe you. What do you expect me to do?
I'm getting afraid of myself. I can become dangerous.
Well, don't wish those things and you won't be dangerous.
But if I hate like I once did, then I'm not responsible. The words would just come out. It would happen.
You mean you could wish I was dead or anybody and they'd die?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I don't want to hurt anybody, Mr. Stone. You still don't believe me.
Oh, I think it's a perfectly wonderful story. Now I gotta go.
Oh, please don't go. Don't leave me, Mr. Stone, please.
I'll take your hands off my coat. Do you mind? I want to go to work.
But listen, I killed a man.
Oh?
I killed Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Company.
Uh-huh. You killed him.
I was the one.
It was the urgency in the way he wrung his hands together that got me. I felt pretty foolish sitting there on a park bench listening to the most fantastic kind of nonsense. For 40 years, he worked for this company. He never married. He lived a lonely life. The only pleasure he had was his job. But he was getting old. And then one day, it was on a Friday, he got his paycheck from the head bookkeeper.
you. Oh. But this is a mistake, a terrible mistake, Miss Johnson. This check is too much.
Let me see. Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Fettle.
Oh, but that's 3 weeks' pay. 2 weeks more than I've got coming. It's not my vacation, you know. I always take mine in July.
Yes, I know, Mr. Fettle.
Then you better rectify it, Miss Johnson.
I'm sorry no one told you. On the back of the check, Mr. Fettle, that slip of paper.
Oh? You mean this?
Mm-hmm.
Why, that's a 2 weeks' notice. Oh, that's a terrible mistake.
I hope so, Mr. Fettle.
Such a stupid thing. Imagine my being here so long. Why, everybody knows. I better see Smitty about this right away.
Smitty's been transferred to the Ohio branch.
Since when?
5 weeks ago, Mr. Fettle.
Oh. Well, then I'll see the new fellow. I don't like to embarrass him, but I must bring this to his attention.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fettle.
But you don't understand. You're new here.
Yes, Mr. Fettle, but there's nothing I can do.
Well, I'll have to go to someone who can. Who is it that's over you?
Well, you might try one of the vice presidents.
Of course, Mr. Fettle, you realize I had no idea. Why don't you see the treasurer?
I'm really quite sorry, Mr. Fettle, but really, it's out of my hands.
I see. No one will take the responsibility. No one cares. Sending me from one to the other like I was some kind of thing being volleyed about. I'm going to the president. I'll tell Mr. Brown.
Mr. Fettle went up another flight of stairs running, right through a whole pool of minor executives, straight into Mr. Brown's office. Brown was sitting there in an enormous leather chair. A very huge, fat man. His face was red and puffy. Instead of breathing, he seemed to gasp. He was that mad when Mr. Fettle walked in unannounced.
What are you doing in my office?
Mr. Brown, I just had to see you. There seems to be no one to take the responsibility for this. You see, I've been here so many years. They just don't seem to realize how long I've been here. I wanted you to straighten it out for me.
Get out of here.
But it's so unfair.
Get out. I said get out of here.
The hatred that had been piling up in Mr. Fettle had now found a target. He looked Brown squarely in the eyes and said it right to his face. Right out loud.
I wish you were dead.
You what?
I wish you were dead. Oh. He's dead. Somebody quick. Mr. Brown is dead.
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
We know a youngster who asks the kind of questions you have to put the paper down to answer. So the boy wants to know, do the baseball champions really eat Wheaties like it says in the ads? Really? Honest? Well, honest they do. Phil Rizzuto eats Wheaties. Jackie Robinson eats Wheaties. Pee Wee Reese eats Wheaties. Tommy Henrik and Luke Appling and Ellis Kinder eat Wheaties. Honest. And what's more, a lot of these stars of the game today have eaten Wheaties for years. Bob Feller, the Cleveland pitcher, is almost a 20-year man. Right today, Bob eats Wheaties 4 to 5 times a week. He likes them with berries, which is a pretty good way to have Wheaties, too. Now, Bob says, Wheaties is the only cereal I ever eat, and I'd recommend it to anyone. So, you see, we really have an excellent reason for calling Wheaties Breakfast of Champions. Any other questions?
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Sure, we've all thought about the idea at some time or other in our lives. And we could look at another person and wish he were dead, and bingo, it would happen. But then we all grew up, and we forgot about it. But here was this little old guy, Mr. Fettle, who not only believed this phenomenon about himself, but was determined to prove it to me. That's what I get for stopping on a park bench when I should have been on my way to the paper.
So you see, Mr. Stone, that's how it all started that day in the office.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Fettle. Coincidence.
Oh, I wish you were right. But what about the flies?
I'll buy it. What about them?
I'd hold them in my hand and say it. And then they'd stop buzzing and keep real still. Dead.
Oh, you're taking yourself too seriously. Stop squeezing flies to death and stop telling yourself you're Superman.
But what about the bird? It was perched on the fountain. I wasn't even near him. And I looked at him, and I said it. And then, just like that, it fell to the ground. Dead.
Mm-hmm. First it's Mr. Brown, then it's squeezing the flies, and finally the pigeon. Oh, go on home, Mr. Fettle. Go on home before I begin wishing you were dead.
I knew I shouldn't have told you. Now I don't know where to turn. I've got the strangest feeling, a terrible need to test everything. Just to go around wishing things were dead. I'm sorry I took up your time, Mr. Stone.
What's that?
Hey,
Wait a minute, Mr. Fettle. That kid over there.
Hey, Jerry, over here. I found it.
Uh-huh. See that boy with the BB gun? See him?
How's that?
If I can prove you didn't kill that bird, will you go home and forget about the whole thing?
Those boys they're picking up the bird. They shouldn't do that.
Hey, kid. What are you doing with the BB gun?
Nothing.
You shot that bird, didn't you?
It was an accident. Honest, mister. We didn't mean nothing.
Come here now. Bring it over here.
Run, Jerry, run. He's going to get us in the...
Hey, come here. I'm not going to do anything. Come here. Well, they're gone, and they took the bird. But now you know, Mr. Fettle, it wasn't you. The kid did it with the BB gun, okay?
You mean they thought they did it?
I see. Okay, so you want to believe you did. It makes you feel important, doesn't it?
Important?
Yeah, it gives you a feeling of power, doesn't it?
Oh, no, Mr. Stone. I feel like a murderer.
Well, if you feel that way, why don't you turn yourself into the police?
I thought of that. But I'm not a stupid man. They'd either laugh at me or put me in an institution. And I'm not insane, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, well, I'd like to help you, but I don't know what I can do to convince you.
I can't sleep. I haven't eaten. And I'm in no condition to look for work.
Oh, look, Mr. Fettle, we're going to put a stop to this nonsense right now. It's getting late. I got to go to work. Before I go, I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Oh, anything you did, I'd appreciate.
All right. Now, here I am sitting right next to you, right?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm standing up. See, I'm healthy. Nothing wrong with me, right?
Well, of course.
Now look at me.
I don't think I understand.
Just keep looking at me.
Well?
All right, go ahead now. Wish that I was dead.
Oh, but Mr. Stone, why should I do anything like that to you?
You want to be able to go home and get a good night's sleep? You want to be able to eat and start living like a human being again? All right, go ahead. Wish I was dead.
I won't do it. I won't.
Because you're a liar, aren't you?
But don't say that.
You're a liar, Mr. Fettle. You're a liar.
Keep away from me, please. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Anything to hang on to your little fantasy. Anything to sit here in the park and keep someone talking to you. You're lonely, Mr. Fettle, and you're a little bit nutty, if you ask me.
Don't make me do it, please, Mr. Stone. Don't get near me that way.
Then say it. I said say it. Despite myself, the sweat was beginning to bubble on my forehead. I could feel the back of my shirt getting wet. I could have kicked myself up and down State Street for being sucked into this old man's stupid little nightmare. But there I was, like a Madison Street mooch, insisting that the guy prove it. Not to himself anymore, but to me. Go ahead, Mr. Fettle, say it.
Please don't make me, Mr. Stone.
He cringed away from me now, and his back was pressing up against a tree, and I kept following him. As I got closer to him, he had no other place to run. And he stood there with the most peculiar expression in his eyes.
All right, Mr. Stone. But it's not my fault, understand? I don't want to do it, understand?
I understand. Now say it.
Please forgive me, Mr. Stone, but you're making me. Isn't that right? You're making me say it.
Well, say it and get it over with.
I wish you were... I can't. I just can't.
There's no use pretending I wasn't relieved. I felt both frightened and silly playing this little game.
I just couldn't do it to you, Mr. Stone. I'm not angry. I've gotten to know you and like you. It's become so personal. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
As he talked, his eyes became fixed on the building opposite the park. It was a tall building, and way up high, about the 18th story, there was a man up there washing windows.
You see that up there? You see him?
Oh, the window washer?
There's nothing personal about him, is there? Just a speck crawling on the side of a building washing windows.
You're going to start that all over again.
Well, there's nothing personal about that. That speck up there, is there?
Now, look, you're not going to drive me batty.
Well, if you'll only believe me, I'll try to show you.
You mean with the window washer?
He's pretty far away, and it's so impersonal, and, well, it may not work.
Of course it won't work. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Well, I mean my not knowing him. Maybe I have to know the person or be real close. Maybe I have to have an argument with the person or not like him.
Yeah, like the pigeon.
Oh, well, that was different. I actually looked into the pigeon's eyes, and he looked at me. And that's when I said it.
Yeah. Oh, why don't you go home and go to bed? Read a good book. Forget about yourself.
You're going?
That's right.
Oh, wait. I'll do it.
I stood there watching him. He stared at the man on the 18th floor for a long time. As the man started to change his safety belt to move from one window ledge to the next, just as he took off one rope from the bolt on the window frame, Mr. Fettle started to whisper.
I wish you were dead.
It all happened in a split second. The moment he said it, the man on the window ledge lost his balance. First, the bucket came clattering to the ground. And then, the man hung suspended, dangling by one rope and clawing at the air to get back on the ledge. And then the rope broke. And the man fell to the ground. When it happened, I ran over to the building and got what few facts were available. The item appeared in the late edition, about 10 lines on page 8. Naturally, I said nothing of the little old man on the park bench, or they would have thought I was as insane as I felt the little guy to be. But I couldn't get the amazing Mr. Fettle out of my mind. When I started to feel that I, in some weird manner, were indirectly responsible for the window washer's death, then I knew I was involved up to my neck. I went downstairs to the newspaper library. I found the item I was looking for. Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Association, had succumbed to a heart attack and was pronounced dead upon the arrival of his personal physician, George Watkins. The first thing next morning, I went to see Dr. Watkins.
I'll be glad to give you whatever information you want, Mr. Stone, but I'm also rather curious as to your reasons.
Well, in a very general way, I'm interested in certain types of death.
Oh, coronary, heart fatalities?
You might call it that.
What is it you wanted to know?
Well, as I understand it, there was someone present in Mr. Brown's office at the time he died.
I believe so. One of his employees.
I'm wondering if this man could have in any way brought on the heart attack.
It's possible. But that particular day, not at all probable.
Why not?
Mr. Brown had complained of a severe constriction across the chest, and his secretary had already called me before that man was in his office. In fact, I was on my way over to his office before he succumbed. Mr. Brown's secretary was in the first aid room getting him some medicine.
You mean Brown was already dying before the man even got into the office?
Mr. Brown was already dying of the effects of an extraordinary lunch. With the kind of heart condition he had, his death was just as inevitable as tomorrow's sunrise.
It couldn't be any plainer than that. Coincidence number one had been taken care of quite neatly. But that window washer still had to be dealt with. For a man who'd been washing windows for so many years to slip off the windowsill and then for the rope to break right at the time my amazing Mr. Fettle wished he were dead. Well, that's a pretty touchy thing to reconcile to coincidence. I went back to the building and located the engineer who was in the basement replacing a steam valve on a hot water tank. At first, he wasn't very cooperative.
I suppose you're another insurance man who wants to know more about why we don't have safety measures for our window washers.
No. I just happened to be a newspaper man who was sitting in the park when it happened.
Well, if you saw it, you know more about it than I do.
He worked for you, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what happened? Why should that man's rope break?
I'm tired of answering questions. That's all I've been doing is asking questions.
Well, look, mister, I'm not here to make trouble for you. I don't want to give you any bad publicity. I want to know why it happened, but... Of course, if you don't want to tell me, then I've got to believe that the building was responsible.
If I warned him once, I warned him 100 times. His equipment was rotted through. I told him he couldn't go to work on my building unless he bought new ropes. He was pretty sore, but he went home. At least I thought he went home. What happened was he got lost in one of the bars on Clark Street, and when he was good and drunk, he came back. Without me knowing that he went to work. He was drunk, that's what he was. It was nobody's fault but his own.
If it wasn't for the fact that somebody else had suffered, the whole thing would have been funny. It was the most ironic joke that coincidence could play. on a pathetic old man who thought he had some kind of strange power, and on me, a sucker for anybody's story if they insist they've got one. I got Mr. Fettle's address from Miss Johnson at the place he used to work and went over to see him. He lived in an old boarding house. His landlady was a nice old gray-haired woman that was as interested in knowing where he could be found as I was.
He hasn't been home since yesterday. And that's not like him. 15 years he's lived here. And he never spent a night away from home.
But does he have any relatives or friends that he could have gone to?
Not a soul, sir. The loneliest man I ever knew. But the nicest. Why, he just wouldn't hurt a soul.
Well, I've got to find him.
Oh, but something's wrong, isn't there?
No. I've got a pretty important message for him, and it'll make things a lot easier on him when I tell him.
I see. Can't you tell me?
No, it's rather personal. Here's my number, though. You can reach me at the office. No matter what time he gets in, if you have any regard for him at all, please call me.
I certainly will, sir. And nobody has better regard for him than I have. You know, he's been getting awful thin lately. Yes, you'd think a man wouldn't starve himself just because he was out of work. Now, would you, sir?
Well, you call me. It'll be a lot different after I talk to him. I went to the office by way of Bughouse Square. I inquired here and there about an old gent with the white hair and the strawberry-colored eyebrows. They knew who he was, all right, but they hadn't seen him. I was getting worried about him. A nice little guy somewhere in the city running away from himself, thinking he was a dangerous killer. When I got to the office, there were no messages. I put my feet on the desk and I waited. And I started to do my column with coincidence playing the villain. I got halfway through, put my feet back on the desk, and dozed off. 2 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Yeah.
Mr. Stone?
Speaking.
He just came in just now.
Who?
Mr. Fettle.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm coming right over. When I got to the house, she was waiting and had the door open before I could ring the bell. Is he in bed?
No, Mr. Stone. He's sitting in his easy chair.
His room upstairs?
It's no use going up there, Mr. Stone.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, as soon as I called you, I put some soup on the stove. You see, I wanted him to have something hot to eat. I knocked on his door, but well, he didn't answer. I opened it, and he was sitting in the easy chair. Before I got to him, his eyes went up at the ceiling. Then they closed, and his head rolled on his chest. He was dead.
I can't understand it. He wasn't sick. He was unhappy, but he wasn't sick.
It doesn't make much difference now what he was. Poor soul.
That's all that happened? Just what you told me? He didn't say anything?
Well, he mumbled something, but it's not worth repeating.
What? I want to know.
Some sort of foolishness, Mr. Stone.
Well, tell me. I've got to know.
I'm sure I heard it wrong.
Well, what was it that he said?
Well, as his eyes were on the ceiling, it seemed to me... Now, sir, I can be wrong, you know, but it seemed to me that he said, I wish I was dead.
Sitting on a park bench in the warm sun doesn't always lead to peace of mind. Not if you happen to be a harmless little guy who draws the ace of spades every time he makes a wish. Of course, we know that everything that happened was just coincidence. We all know things like this don't happen. You know, like the flying saucer. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
It's always nice if you like your work. which is why we feel we're pretty lucky to be in the Wheaties business. We love Wheaties, and we love people. We know that these little golden flakes of 100% whole wheat are good for people. So what could be more pleasant work than getting people and Wheaties together just as often as we can? Your grocer knows about Wheaties and people. See him, why don't you?
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by David Peltz, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mr. Fettle was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Martha Wentworth, Parley Bear, Charles Seal, Stan Farrar, and Jeffrey Silver. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know, it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Quick. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood with portions transcribed. Stay tuned for Christopher London over most NBC stations.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for
Well,
the
you
guy...
stay right there and wait for me. But you might as well stop looking.
Why stop looking?
Take my word for it, he's not there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
Here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, first over the bars. Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Busy?
No, why?
I'm lonesome. Can't you come over?
Honey, I'd love to, but you can never tell when...
Mr. Diamond.
Oh, see what I mean?
Or customer?
Well, let's see. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen, the man wants to hire me.
Oh, good. I'll call you back. Bye.
Bye. Now, Mr.
Wellington, Mr. Diamond. Caspar Wellington.
Oh, well, pull up a couch and tell me the details, Mr. Wellington.
I need a bodyguard, Mr. Diamond.
Why?
Oh, it's not for myself. It's for Timothy.
Well, why does Timothy need a bodyguard?
Someone's trying to kill him.
Oh, you've been to the police?
Oh, yes, but they feel it's not quite important enough for them.
You mean this Timothy's life is in danger and the police won't handle it?
Yes. Isn't it ridiculous?
I don't know. Has anybody tried to kill Timothy before?
Well, no one has exactly tried to kill him, but I very definitely expect an attempt.
Right, now, look, this Timothy, is he a friend of yours?
Oh, yes, a very good friend.
So what makes you think that someone is going to try to kill him?
Mr. Diamond, I came here to hire you to protect Timothy. I'm perfectly willing to pay you your fee, but for the moment, The rest of your questions must go unanswered.
Well, my fee's $100 a day in expenses, Mr. Wellington. Still perfectly willing to pay it?
Here's the cash.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be another 100 if you protect Timothy long enough for me to get him on a train tomorrow.
Where's he going?
Out of town, where he can be safe.
What's Timothy's last name?
That will also have to go unanswered.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. Supposing I do take the job, where do I meet this Timothy? How will I know him?
If you take the job, he'll be in your office in a matter of minutes.
Well, something sure doesn't ring up right, but the 200 fish in expenses, I'd play footsies with a cobra.
Good. Now, I'm going down to the train station to pick up Timothy's ticket. When he arrives, I expect you to remain with him constantly.
Until tomorrow? Oh, I got a small apartment. I hate to bundle.
Don't let him out of your sight for a moment. I want him alive and well when he gets on that train in the morning.
Does he play Parcheesi?
Well, I doubt it, but you never can tell. He might like it.
Dandy.
Have him at Grand Central at 8 o'clock. I'll meet you.
Do you know of any way I could possibly learn to hate money?
If I did, I would never have come to you. Good day, Mr. Diamond.
Atlantic Bone and Fertilizer.
Oh, that's a pet.
Just wondering how a new business would work out.
Now what's wrong?
I have a very unhealthy feeling that I've just let myself in for something I won't like.
Oh, the client?
Well, kind of. I've got a guard, a friend of his.
What's the matter with that?
Oh, I'm not going all through that again. The client just came on like Secret Service. I got the name of the guy he wants guarded, and I know that someone's going to try and kill him. And that's it.
Rick, you be careful.
Honey, the client shoved $200 in my rural hot hand.
Oh, good.
What do you want me to do? I'm trying for capitalist this year.
Didn't your client go to the police first?
Sure. He went to the police with the...
Hey, you.
Me?
What?
Yeah, you.
Rick, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Put down the phone, friend. We want to talk to you.
Well, if you're listening, why don't you answer my question? If your client went to the police...
That's better.
Well, now, I'm a sport, especially when someone's got a gun pointed at me.
Oh, the gun ain't going to hurt you, chum, if you answer a couple of questions. Where's Casper Wellington?
Who?
You going to be difficult?
Look, you got a gun on me. Who wants to be difficult?
You don't know Casper Wellington, friend?
Never heard of him.
We seen him come into the building.
No, so you figured he came to see me. It's such a small building, only about 100 offices.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Glad you liked it.
No, but we didn't. You're the only private detective in the building. We figured maybe Casper wanted to hire you.
What would he want to hire me for? What did this guy do?
How do you like that, George? Now he's a nosy comic.
Well, Durante gets away with it.
Friend, I have just decided your humor bores me.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, ain't it, Tony? Suppose we push his face around, huh? Maybe he don't feel like no more Joe.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I don't know anything about this Casper or whatever his name is. What good's it going to do to work me over?
Well, now, you see, Tony and me got real nasty dispositions. We've been crossed, and then you make with the jokes. We don't like being the only ones unhappy, so we think maybe you ought to join us.
Now, look. Hold it a second, George.
What for? He's a setup.
Oh, wait. We mess him up, the law comes. We got to find Casper. We ain't got no time to play patty cake with the cops.
I just want to cross the mouth.
Forget it. Look, friend, you sure Casper Wellington didn't come in here?
I couldn't be more positive.
Okay. Put down the rod, George. Yeah. That don't look so unhappy. Maybe the shamus is lying. We catch him telling a fib. Just think of the fun you can have later on, huh? Come on.
We'll leave him?
Yeah. So long, friend. And for your sake, I hope you've been leveling.
Yeah. See you around.
Yeah, bye. This is fool's fancy chop show, Paul.
Now, you listen to me, Richard Diamond. The next time you hang up on me, I'll never speak to you again. And you better have a pretty good excuse for doing it this time. You know I take a lot of things from you, Rick, but never once have you hung up on me.
Helen, please.
And I think it was rude and inconsiderate.
Helen.
And I want to know right now, this minute, just what kind of a poor, lame brain excuse you're going to come up with.
Helen!
Well?
Now, look, baby, I don't know what's going on. This is like doing business in a roundhouse. The only reason I hung up on you was because two guys strolled in here and shoved guns in my face.
Rick!
And they were looking for the guy who came in earlier and hired me to look after someone named Timothy that I haven't even seen yet.
It sounds awfully confusing.
It is. Oh, hold the phone. Here's somebody else. Come in with your hands up.
You Richard Diamond?
Yep.
Got a crate there addressed to you.
Oh, that figures. Bring it in. Ellen.
Yes?
You sent me maybe a present?
No. You want me to?
Yeah, but someone's beating you to it.
Where do you want it?
Good grief. Put it down right there.
What's the matter?
The present. The biggest crate you ever saw.
Crate? What's in it?
How do I know?
Well, open it.
Okay, Mr. Diamond, stand right here.
Yeah. There you are.
I hope you still be very happy.
Ellen.
Yes?
Hold the phone. I'm going to open this thing.
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, get away. Get away. Now, get on. Get on. Don't come up here. Don't. Oh, Helen.
Rick, what in the world's the matter?
Helen, if this is your idea of a joke.
Please calm down and tell me what's wrong.
What, can't you hear it?
Well, I heard something, but I thought you must have eaten your lunch too fast.
Well, I'm standing on my desk trying to fight off a monster.
What?
Call up Charles Adams right away.
A monster?
Yes. I swear it was a seal, but I know my friend's better than that. This thing has got to be poisonous.
A seal?
Yes, a seal. Hey, he's not so bad. He's applauding. You must have liked that remark about Adams.
Now you stop it. Do you expect me to believe all this?
She doubts you, fella. Say a few words.
Rick, who in the world would send you a seal?
I don't even need to look. This has got to be Timothy. Oh, it is Timothy. When he heard his name, he made like a curtain call.
Sounds like one Richard Diamond.
Hey, that's pretty... nothing. I'll call you back.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take Timothy right back to Mr. Casper Wellington and tell him that...
Yes?
Oh, for the love of... I don't know where to find Mr. Casper Wellington. Well, there it was. It was pretty silly. The smart, shrewd, level-headed Richard Diamond, for the sake of a couple of hundred fast bucks, winds up playing nursemaid and companion to a honking seal. Just to make sure it was Timothy, I took a look at the crate, and there on top was a small printed card. It read, "This is Timothy. If you want him to do something, throw him a fish. Herring. Signed, Casper Wellington." Well, that tore it. My temper was already pushing my hair up to attention, so I went out to the nearest delicatessen and came back with a bag of fish. With this, I lured Timothy out of the building and down the street. I had to find Casper Wellington, so 60 pedestrians and one unhappy cabbie later, Timothy and I strolled casually into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Oh, well, hello, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Shamus? Huh?
How what?
What'd you just say?
I said, hello, Sergeant Otis.
No, after that. Yeah, that was it.
Something wrong, Sergeant?
Yipe!
Otis, say hello to Timothy. Timothy, this is Sergeant Otis.
Lieutenant!
Go on over and kiss the Sergeant, Timothy. Go on.
Oh, no. Get him away from me. Get him away.
Oh, Otis, he's not so bad.
Lieutenant! Help!
Now, Otis, come down off that desk. You look sillier than I did.
He's trying to eat me.
Oh, be quiet. You too, Timothy. You'll wake up the lieutenant. Here's a fish. Throw it to Timothy.
Enough for you, Diamond. You'll probably take my arm along with it. Get away. Help!
What the devil is going on out here? Otis, what are you doing up there?
Hello, Walt.
What are you doing to my sergeant? And you shut up, Otis.
That wasn't me.
What do you mean it wasn't you? Of course it was you.
Walt, meet Timothy.
How do you...
I'd hate to think what would happen if someone wandered in here with a walrus. Come on, Timothy. Let's go see the brave old head of homicide.
Yeah. Get him out of here.
Oh, relax, Otis. Timothy's as scared as you are.
Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?
He's probably thinking there's more like you. That would be a horrible shock to anyone, even a seal.
Oh.
Come on, Timothy.
You get that thing out of here right now, Diamond.
Everybody's standing on something. You'd think it was a steam bath.
Up till now, I've had 2 reported homicides and a couple of fat robberies. And if you think you're going to wander in here with that thing and confuse the whole department, you're mistaken. Now get it out of here.
Oh, Walt, it's only a seal. Have a fish.
I'm not hungry.
No, Walt. It's for Timothy. Feed it to him. He'll love you.
Yeah? Do you think so?
Sure, Walt. Go ahead. Try it.
Okay. Here, Timothy. Hey, he's applauding.
Sure, he's a nice little fella. Now, climb down and help me.
Give me another fish.
Oh, won't come down without it, huh? Okay, Walt. Speak.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I want to feed it to Timothy. He likes me.
See? Oh, lovely. Why don't you two get engaged?
Oh.
Well, after everybody got used to him, Timothy made the rounds of the whole department, with the commissioner being the only exception, of course. I told Walt the story about Caspar Wellington and the two Gonifs who had come into my office looking for him. So Walt put Otis to work checking on the whereabouts of my missing client. Along about 3 in the afternoon, Otis pounced in with some news.
Hey, Diamond.
You find something?
Oh, hi, Timothy. Yeah. Say, I checked with the Humane Society, and they report some guy who lives down by the docks. The name's Wellington, all right. He's been turned in a couple of times because he raises seals, and they make a lot of noise. Oh, and Lieutenant, we just got a report on another homicide.
Well,
thanks, Sporty.
You tell the lieutenant all about it, Otis. I'm going after Caspar Wellington. What's the address?
Here it is. 918 River Street.
Come on, Tim.
Goodbye, Timothy.
Otis.
Yeah. What was I saying? Homicide, remember? Just a little old homicide.
I left Walt and Otis climbing over the furniture and headed for the address of Caspar Wellington. Timothy and I grabbed the first cabbie who didn't believe what he was seeing, and 20 minutes later we pulled up in front of a building on River Street. Thanks, cabbie.
Yeah, sure.
Thank the man, Timothy.
Mister.
Yeah?
I didn't ask you nothing when you got in the cab because I just didn't believe it. Is that the seal you got with you?
You're expecting maybe a raccoon?
Do you always take him around with you like that?
Sure, we're brothers. Stop by the house sometime for dinner when Mom isn't taking a swim. She's not a very good driver, is he, Timothy? You know it. Come on, you're going home.
Hold it right here, friend. You hide him. This is a gun in your back.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. You lied to me, friend.
I'll go stand in the corner.
Nah, don't move.
Okay.
George, grab the seal.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't do that.
Want to bet? Come here, you.
Take your hands off that seal.
Shut your mouth, friend. Next time you don't get it across the neck, I'll give you the rat on the skull.
Okay, friend.
I got him. All right, get him in a car. And you, stay put. One bad move, you're going to get shot up very bad.
Yeah.
Come on, George. You got that thing in the car?
Yeah, he's saying let's get out of here.
All right, friend.
Yeah.
You see this I got pointed at you?
I see.
Good. Forget about today. You won't see it again. Open that big yap of yours and it goes boom. Now turn around, because when we leave, I don't want you looking back for no license number.
Well, I stood there while they drove off with poor little Timothy. Then I made a quick dash across the street and to a store with a phone booth. Seconds later, I was hearing one of the most beautiful sounds in the world.
Diamond, this is Walt. Where the devil are you?
Where I started out to be, down on River Street, looking for my client.
Well, you stay right there and wait for me, but you might as well stop looking.
Well, why stop looking? His house is just down at the end of the block.
Well, take my word for it, he isn't there.
Well, if you're so smart, where is he?
The city morgue. We fished him out of the river 10 minutes ago.
What?
He was suffering from a hole in his chest. Dead before he was tossed in.
Oh, Walt. Remember those two guys who came into my office earlier?
Yeah?
Well, they just put the snatch on Timothy and belted me across the neck for my trouble.
They swiped the seals?
Yeah, so get on here. I'll meet you at Caspar Wellington's house.
Anybody in the house, Rick?
Well, no answer.
Well, let's case the place. I've got a skeleton key.
Walt. It's open, see? Now, if you'll notice as I walk in, at no time do my feet leave my legs.
Very funny.
Ooh. Yeah, smells like somebody's been cooking up a fish stew.
Crummy joint.
Ooh, get a load of that kitchen.
What a mess.
Oh, weren't cooking fish, Walt, just cleaning it.
There's still a mess of them left in the sink.
Well, Caspar raised seals.
Where are the rest of them?
Go out.
Yeah?
Come here.
What is it?
Get a look at this backyard.
Holy cow. Bunch of dead seals.
Who in the world would do anything like that?
Maybe your two friends.
Hey, what's this?
What's what?
This bag on the floor, leather bag.
What's in it?
Nothing. Wait a minute. Some kind of dust at the bottom.
Well, save it. We'll have it analyzed when we get down to the station. We've got to check up on those two guys who kidnapped Timothy.
This is the craziest case.
I got a hunch. Sure, it's crazy, but if I'm right, it's also pretty smart. Let's go to the station.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Otis?
We just got something else on that Casper Wellington guy.
Oh? What did he steal?
Hey, how'd you know?
Just a guess.
Well, what is it, Hammerhead?
Well, it seems this Wellington guy used to work for David & Sons.
David & Sons?
Diamond importers.
Oh, that ties it.
Would somebody mind telling me what the devil this is all about? And, Rick, you stay out of it. Now, Otis, what about Wellington?
Wellington? Oh, he ran off with a load of diamonds.
Yeah, $50,000 worth. Hey, but you don't...
Rick, will you please, for the sake of my sour stomach, tell me exactly what it is you know?
I'd be glad to, Lieutenant. It's very simple. Wellington comes to me and asks me to guard Timothy. Two guys kidnapped Timothy.
That we heard.
Then we find a bunch of dead seals in Wellington's backyard and the remains of a pile of clean fish.
So?
So, the two guys who kidnapped Timothy were obviously after something, and the seal was part of it.
Hey, maybe Timothy wasn't a seal after all.
Now, what would he be, Otis?
Well, if those guys wanted him that bad, maybe he was a mink.
Oh, that bag you picked up, Walt. Have that powder in the bottom analyzed. I'll lay 6-2 and even that it's diamond dust.
What do you think?
Yeah. I think Timothy's got a stomach full of diamonds.
What?
I think Casper was mixed up with the two guys who grabbed the seal, but in some way crossed them.
Why?
He had to hide the loot, so he stuck it in some fish and fed it to Timothy. Then he left Timothy with me for protection until he could get him shipped out on the train.
And in the meantime, the two guys who found Casper killed him and went back to his house to find the loot.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out the fish like you did and killed the seals in the backyard trying to find the stuff.
You, my friend, went a herring.
Otis, have the powder in the bottom of this bag analyzed. Put out a 108 on Timothy.
Yes, sir.
Diamond here will give you the description of the guys who grabbed him.
We'll never find him that way.
You got a better idea?
Maybe, yeah. Look, you said those two guys killed Casper and then went right over to the house to look for the missing diamonds.
Yeah.
All right, they knew where to look, but they didn't find anything. So they waited for me and Timothy.
So?
So Casper Wellington probably told them all about it before they killed him, trying to save his own life.
All right, I'll buy that. So what?
So by now they must know how hot those diamonds are. They're certainly not going to try to get rid of them here in town.
And then they leave town.
Yeah. And with that much loot, it would be a little risky if they try it by car.
All right. How do they do it?
The same way Casper thought of. Ship Timothy out on a train.
Wait a minute, Rick. Otis.
Yeah?
Put in a call to all units. Tell them to cover the airports, train, and bus stations. Be on the lookout for a seal that's about to be shipped.
Come on, Walt.
Where to?
Well, as long as Casper Wellington already made the arrangements by train, let's get on to Grand Central. Maybe our two seal nappers will keep the reservation. Well, Walt and I piled in the squad car again, and 20 minutes later we were standing in the middle of Grand Central Station with a bag of fish and a weather eye out for the missing seal and his two abductors.
Now, where do we start?
Well, Walt, why don't you just go ask information? Just say, I'm looking for two men and a seal. The seal is hiding $50,000 worth of diamonds.
Now, you stop that. This was plenty silly before a jewel robbery and a homicide get into the picture, but now it's gotten ridiculous.
Well, if I was a seal, where would I go?
They have to crate him. The shipping department.
And so, with their trusty bag of fish, the two brave detectives walked...
Shut up and let's go.
Oh, no. Come on, let's go get something.
Well, smile, Walt. This kind of case doesn't happen but once every 10,000 years. Think of your report to the commissioner.
If you don't stop kidding with me, so help me
out.
Hey,
Walt.
Well, now what?
Look, those two guys.
Where?
Going down the ramp.
Oh, they got a big box.
That's it. Let's take them.
You said they got guns.
They were pointing things that shot bullets. Could be guns.
Take it easy. They're going up to that counter.
Yeah. Hold it here. No sense in starting a shooting match. Too many people.
Well, what do we do? Maybe the seal's not in the box. And if I pick them up without the loot, we may never find it.
I got an idea.
Go ahead, genius.
Timothy likes fish, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, take this bag. They know me, so you walk down there and move in close to the box. Timothy's bound to get a whiff, and if I know Timothy, he'll raise a few flippers.
You want me to...
You want to get those diamonds, don't you?
Oh, give me the bag.
Don't snap. People will just think you ran out of cologne. Now get going.
Yeah. Pardon me, but I'd like to find out about sending something.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the idea, Buster? We was here first.
Shut up, stupid. You boys must be really sending something big.
Do know,
I told you to shut up. Yeah, some furs.
Oh, live ones?
Hey, Tiny, what's with the seal?
Will you shut up?
What?
I hate to mention it, but your furs are throwing a fit.
Okay,
boys, that's all I wanted to know.
Grab that stinking seal. Gone after the sack this guy laid down. It's a sack full of fish.
Hey, what's the idea?
Hello, stay right there. Hey, Rick,
cop? Why, you...
All right, Bud, drop it.
Huh?
I said drop it.
Okay. You ain't taking me.
Look out, Rick. This guy's got a gun.
Let go. Let go of my hand. Will you get the seal off? He's chewing my hand off.
And drop the gun.
All right. Get him off. Come on, get him off.
How do you like that? Timothy grabbed this gun up by the gun hand and made him drop it. I'll be darned.
Crazy seal nearly killed me. You and your bright idea. Ship the seal, you say.
Okay, boys. Here's a bracelet for you. Let's go outside.
Walt, wait a minute. We got to get the jewels.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll take care of these two guys, and I'll take Timothy to a good veterinary.
Okay. Walt.
Yeah?
If it means surgery, keep in touch.
Sure.
Bye, Timothy.
Rick.
Huh?
Now, don't be unhappy.
Oh, how can I help it, honey? He's been in surgery for nearly an hour.
Oh, but he'll be all right. They got a good vet.
I hope so. I was getting attached to that seal. Oh, I got it. Yeah?
Rick?
Yeah, Walt. Yeah. How's Timothy?
He had the diamonds in him, all right.
Oh, but how's he?
Well,
Go ahead, Walt. You can tell me. I can stand it.
he's very weak. Doctor says he thinks he doesn't want to live. No will.
Oh, well, what's the matter? He was such a happy seal.
I think he misses you, Rick. Every time someone mentions your name, he kind of honks and raises a weak flipper.
I better come right down.
He's sinking fast.
Oh, you think maybe if he heard my voice... can you get a phone near him?
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, I got it next to his ear. Say something.
Hello, Timothy. Oh, Walt.
Yeah?
Walt, ask him if he's seen a picture called Mrs. Mike.
He says he saw it. Didn't like the leading man.
Oh.
Loved Evelyn Keyes.
Oh. Ask him if he liked the music.
Yeah, he liked that.
Well, put the receiver next to his ear and I'll sing him the theme song.
Well, go ahead and try. Anything in case of an emergency.
If her name is Kathy, she's mine alone. When I walk with Kathy, proud am I. She's the girl I'll marry, and cross the threshold I'll carry. And I'll love but Kathy till I die. She's the only angel I've ever known. She's a maid no man is worthy of. Although girls are many, compared to her, there isn't any. Only Kathy do I love. Well, Walt?
I did it.
He's better?
Listen.
Good old Timothy, that a boy.
I guess the singing did it.
What do you mean you guess? When I sang with the Peter Pan 5, we played 2 weeks at the Coral Gables Hotel in Florida.
So what?
So what? I'll have you know 5 minutes after I opened my mouth, every seal in the Biscayne Keys came in and sat ringside.
That sounds like a pretty good act. Well, what'd you give it up for?
Well, I got a sore throat one night, and the place was up to its ears in alligators.
Rick.
Yes, Walt?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Fay Baker, Junius Matthews, Billy Bletcher, Tony Barrett, and Larry Dobkin. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Isn't that right, Dick?
Yeah, that's right, Eddie. Oh, by the way, Ed Begley, who plays Lieutenant Levinson on our show, would like to say a few words to his old friends in Hartford, Connecticut.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of all of us here on Richard Diamond, congratulations to radio station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, where I got my start in radio, and which this week celebrates its 25th anniversary of service to the people of southern New England.
Thank you, Ed Begley. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Governing a country is a pretty hard-headed business, and we don't usually think of our government as a dealer in dreams. But in one respect it is, because it's a dealer in savings bonds. Your particular dream for the future can come true through the judicious purchase of United States savings bonds today. As for buying United States savings bonds, the process is simplicity itself. If you're employed by others, use the payroll savings plan where you work. Your employer will set aside a specific sum from each paycheck for the purchase of bonds. If you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. Either way, you'll be saving with regularity, with certainty, and with profit through the purchase of United States savings bonds. What's on NBC today? You'll hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire today on Theater Guild on the Air in Autumn Crocus. And there's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show to add to your Sunday listening pleasure. Be sure to hear Charles Boyer and Dorothy McGuire on Theater Guild on the Air and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show today on NBC.
Don't give it another thought, F. This was going to be a short report.
Short and sweet, Sam?
Hardly, Angel. In fact, barely.
Well, Sam, if you had asked me, I could have told you. That girl was merely trying to stir up a tempest in her boyfriend's teapot.
Again?
It was perfectly observant to me, Sam, that she had sour grapes written all over her.
Sour apples, Effie, but you're warm, and that's why I'm so fond of you.
Oh, thank you, Sam. I'm glad I could be of help, though I must confess the apples are over my head.
Well, don't feel bad about it. That's how Newton discovered the law of gravity. Stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Apple of Eve caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Remember the Romeo of yesteryear? Hair parted in the middle, all plastered down? Man, what a difference today. Today, all a guy has to do to impress a gal is use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. If you're still using old-fashioned hair tonics, or none at all, then for her sake, spruce up today with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. In bottles or the handy new tube, it's again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Sure. Why are you so nervous?
Oh, nothing, really. I'm just glad to see you, dear.
Oh, I'm glad to see you.
That's all.
Come on, out with it. What are you hiding behind your back?
Well, it's a surprise, Sam. So you just run along into your office, and I'll be right with you.
Surprise, huh? Let me think. Father's Day? No, surely not.
Oh, no, Sam, no. It's just as regards our shortage of office supplies. I do hope you'll be able to mince your words.
What's all that junk you got stuffed in between the pages of your notebook?
Where? Oh, well, Sam, you see, improvisation is a child of necessity. So, to stretch our supplies, I just cut up some old strips of waste paper in case we run out of the genuine.
Well, very ingenious. Shall we commence?
Yes, but not too many corrections, Sam. I'm afraid this eyebrow pencil might not last.
Well, don't bear down on it. Where was I?
No place, Sam.
Date?
I already have that, Sam.
This one goes to... Hey,
Yes, Sam?
the calendar. Where is it?
Calendar? Which calendar, Sam?
You know perfectly well which calendar. It's been hanging there on the wall for 3 years. The one from Harold's Club in Reno.
Oh, that old calendar. It was out of date anyway, Sam.
That calendar was timeless.
It was not, Sam. It was vulgar.
That's a lie. I met the girl who posed for it.
In more modest circumstances, I hope.
Put it back.
Now, Sam, don't.
F, what did you do with that calendar?
You mustn't excite yourself, Sam.
Let me see that notebook.
Yes, Sam.
Old waste paper, indeed. An art treasure mutilated, and for what? To serve your own base purposes. Just because you were too absent-minded to order a few office supplies.
But I frequently alluded to our dwindling resources, Sam. But no, you were too proud.
Take these and put them in a safe place. You can put it back together with Scotch tape on your own time.
Oh, we're out of Scotch tape, Sam.
We've got a first aid kit, haven't we?
We used to.
Use the adhesive. Date, June 19, 1949. I won't soon forget that. 2, Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Apple of Eve caper. Dear Dundee. The start of it was yesterday when Eve Adams first walked into my office. She was angry, and she was terribly, terribly hurt. In fact, she had a shiner, a swollen jaw, and somebody had bitten her on the arm.
And furthermore, she had the audacity to suggest that there was something shady between I and Mr. Hagen, when it is an item of public information that her and Gorse Hagen was washed up practically before they started. And I might just add in passing...
Just a minute, Miss Adams. You say this girl came to your apartment in a jealous rage and attacked you without provocation.
None whatsoever. I never opened my trap to her, except to remind her that it would have been a blessing to the human race if her old man had never met her old lady. And if she thought those 3 layers of pancake on her puss could fool a blind man as to her true age, and seeing as what her mouth was, she should never open it for fear of what might come out.
I see. And the girl's name?
Down at that flea bag where she works, she's billed as Dream of Love. And is she ever a nightmare?
Dream of Love. That's D-R-E-A-M-A?
It says there, but I do not intend to take this episode lying down on my chin, Mr. Spade. Why, if it had not been for the timely arrival of my concertee, that cheap mare would have brained me with my own gin bottle.
I see. Landlady broke it up. And you say she threatened to return with a gun and blast you if you continued seeing Mr. Hagen.
That is a fact. And she is just cheap enough to try some low trick like that.
Mm-hmm. And what do you want me to do, Miss Adams?
I want you should pay a formal call on that dame and tell her that upon the very next occasion of any violence or threats thereof out of her, I'm going to yell cop. In fact, Mr. Spade, I am placing my life and limbs in your hands, and if you are anything of what you're cracked up to be, you will have no difficulty in giving that creepy crow the bum's rush straight out of my life.
Pardon me, Miss Adams. My secretary seems to be calling you.
Out of my way. I know who's in there, and I'm going in. Out of my way. Mrs. Spade, sir, keep her off. You should have hired the 4th Marines, dearie.
Now, ladies. Ladies, please. Break it up.
I'll show you who to get tough with. You're not calling me shameless, or I'll let you have it.
Now, ladies, please. Now, let's talk this over calmly and sensibly.
Okay, you asked for it.
Now, ladies.
Oh.
Please. Don't hit me again. No, you're going to have the chills.
Oh, Sam, you poor darling. Here, drink this.
What is it? Tastes awful.
Water, Sam.
Oh. Where'd they go?
Well, they chased each other down the hall. I thought you'd gone out.
I did. What did she hit me with?
Well, she took a sap out of her purse and let fly before I could prevent it.
Yeah.
But you were still on your feet when you told me to close the door.
Fine thing. Help me up.
Yes, Sam.
Easy.
Oh, when I think of you lying in here unconscious all that time while I went out to lunch.
What?
If anything had happened to you, I'd never forgive myself.
You call this nothing?
Oh, you poor dear brave boy. Now, you just sit down and relax. Now, the ambulance will be here any minute.
Ambulance? Don't you know these things cost money?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I lost my head. When I saw you lying here all of a heap,
Forget it. What's that gadget there on the floor?
Oh, it's lipstick. Must have dropped out of her purse when she opened it for the sap.
Huh. Apple of Eve.
It's a ghost color, Sam.
Apple of Eve. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Spade, this is Dream of Love.
Keep your distance. Look, you left your lipstick, but don't bother to come after it. I'll mail it to you.
What kind is it?
Apple of Eve.
Sorry, I've never used it.
Good, then I won't give you another thought.
Oh, but you got to. She's dead.
Eve Adams?
Yeah. She jumped into a taxi in front of your building. I went straight after her. But I got caught in traffic where they're tearing up Market Street.
That could be anywhere between the Embarcadero and Twin Peaks. Fine alibi. What comes next?
Well, I'm at her apartment now, and she's dead.
Sam!
Hold on. Yeah, Effie?
There's your ambulance. Shall I send him away? What shall I do
Well,
with him?
it's $10 now anyhow. I'll use it for a taxi. Hello, Miss Love?
Yeah?
Stay there and don't touch a thing. I'll be right over. Dreamer hadn't waited, if that was really where she'd called me from. Eve Adams was on the bedroom floor in front of a dressing table. There was broken glass all over the floor. The place reeked of perfume. The front of her negligee was splashed with red. I looked for the wound, but I didn't find any. Then I looked at her hands. All the nails on her left hand and two on the right were the same color as the stain on her clothing. Evidently, she'd been seated at the dressing table putting on nail polish when the murderer entered the room. The back of her head had been creased by the well-known blunt instrument, such as a heavy sap. I felt the bumps on my head and looked at the overturned nail polish bottle on the dressing table. It was called Apple of Eve.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Apple of Eve caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Second time around the murder apartment, I noticed something I hadn't caught the first time. Some smears of Apple of Eve nail polish that didn't show very distinctly against the rust-colored carpeting, but left a clear trail across the kitchen linoleum. When I opened the back door, I smelled burning cloth. There was an incinerator just outside, and from it I fished a man's shirt, partially burned. The initials in the pocket were still intact, so were the red stains under them. The initials were G.H. The stains were, you guessed it, Lieutenant dear, Apple of Eve.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Miss Dreamer Love. She home?
No, she isn't.
Thanks. I'll come in and wait.
Hey, wait a minute. You... Okay, you're in. What do you want with her?
She's in a little trouble.
You a cop?
When do you expect her back?
I don't know. What's this trouble?
She threatened to kill a woman, and now she's dead.
Who?
A girl named Eve Adams.
Why would she want to kill Evie?
The way I got it, they were locking horns over a guy named Gorse Hagen. You know him?
Yeah, and I wish I didn't.
Who is he?
He used to run a gambling ship down at Malibu till the law turned it into a bait barge. Now he calls himself a yachtsman. But if you're trying to connect him up with my sister, it's a bad connection. She hasn't seen him in years.
His idea or hers?
Hers? And mine.
Then what was the beef? And who are you?
I'm her brother. Eddie's my name. And why would there be any beef between those two? Evie was my sister's best friend, and she was engaged to me.
Then this news must be quite a shock to you. You're taking it like a little soldier.
She was asking for it. I warned her. I begged her to leave town with me. But no, she couldn't sneak off like that without letting Gorse know the score. I told her he'd kill her before he'd let her go.
Mm-hmm. You live here, Eddie?
Yeah, what of it?
Where do you keep your shoes?
In a closet, kidder. Where do you keep yours? Under the bed?
Which closet? In here?
Wait a minute,
Get
you.
your hands off of me.
Let me see your warrant. That better be good or you're going out of here on your head.
Take your hands off me, Eddie.
Let's see that warrant.
All right, I got a warrant, Eddie. Here. I didn't find what I was looking for, a pair of crepe-soled shoes with traces of Apple of Eve nail polish on them, but in one of his coat pockets I found a sales slip from a department store cosmetics counter. There were several items, but the one that interested me said, 1 lipstick nail polish set, Apple of Eve. About then, I smelled brandy, and a voice behind me said...
What happened to the kid?
Huh? Oh, he asked for my warrant.
Well, when you come to see me, I'll know better.
Your name is Gorse Hagen. I'm headed for your place right now.
What are you looking for?
A pair of shoes with crepe soles.
What do you want with my deck shoes?
I thought maybe they'd match up with this piece of the shirt with your initials on it.
Give me that.
That's a fact.
Where'd you get that?
In the incinerator at Eve Adams' place.
Well, that don't prove anything. Lots of people got the same initials. Have you talked to, George Howard?
He's alibied. He's out of town.
That proves it's a frame. I don't know any George Howard.
I thought so.
Okay, let's cut out the monkey business. Give it to me.
It's evidence.
Give it to me!
All right, I'll give it to you. I did. He gave it right back to me. I was only losing on points until I tripped over poor old Eddie and lost my balance. That's when he gave me the coup de grace. I wasn't quite unconscious, but somehow I just didn't feel like getting up. And when the apartment door opened, I opened my good eye just wide enough to see Dreamer Love walk in.
Gorse, what are you doing here?
I come to help you, Dreamer.
I don't need any help from you, Gorse. I told you that 3 years ago.
Did you kill her?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You killed Eve Adams. Why?
You're wrong, Gorse. I haven't seen Evie in ages.
Why did you kill her?
All right, I did it.
Yeah? Why?
I was jealous. Seeing the two of you together after all we'd been to each other. Go on, laugh at me. I committed murder out of love for you. It's very funny, isn't it?
I'm very fond of you, Dreamer. My poor little Dreamer Love. I'd give you anything, honey. The shirt from my back. Here's a piece of it on the counter.
Where did you...
I see you're impressed. Me, too. Come on, we'll go someplace where we can be alone and talk things over.
No, Gorse, please. I can explain everything.
You can explain in the car on the way down to the boat. Come on.
You're hurting me. Oh! No!
Come on, out the door.
Stupid me, I staggered to my feet and stumbled over to the door. I reached it just as Hagen's car pulled away from the curb. By the time I found a taxi, they were at least halfway to wherever they were going. I didn't know whether the boat he had mentioned was tied up at the Embarcadero, anchored in the marina, moored at Sausalito, or becalmed in Oakland. But there was a seafaring man in our town who knew about such things. My port of call was the Seahorse Bar and Grill just off ahead of Pier 16, or is it the Foot? Captain Pasoldi?
T is silent, son, as in facade.
My mistake.
Salty by name, salty by nature. Only one side of the thing I can't abide. Saltwater toffee. My teeth, you know. Here, have a lifesaver.
Well, thank you, sir. You're very generous.
No, it ain't money, matey, but it's straight from the mint.
That joke wasn't.
What's up, Sonny? You in the hole again? You catch my drift?
Yeah. What do you know about a yachtsman named Gorse Hagen?
Oh, nicely put, matey. If there's anything lower than a yachtsman, he's it.
Mm-hmm. Where's he keep his boat?
Well, now, she's still afloat. She'll be dragging her hook summers off Sausalito. She's a converted P.T., you know. He calls her the Sea Queen.
Mm-hmm.
He had her bottom planks ripped out in the Battle of the Coral Sea, and he patched her up with plywood. Well, she's got 2 diesels, she has, and twin screws, 2-to-1 reduction gear.
Yeah. What's the quickest way of getting out to her?
Well, there's not much craft for charter hereabouts this time of night, you know. There's that Novak fella, but just at present he's sleeping 1 hour.
Figures.
Might not be worth your while anyways.
Why not?
Well, Hagen stopped by here 20 minutes ago looking for his engineer. Said he was casting off on-tide engineer or no engineer.
What about your boat?
My boat? Well, now, matey, on a plotted course, she'll stand up to any double-ender Monterey Dory in a class.
Yeah.
Without a head sea, that is. Then on the other hand, you put her in a bottom race. $1.25 swell.
Yeah. How much?
$5 an hour. And that's with you, man, and the bilge pumps.
Okay, let's go.
This, Hagen fella now. You onto the trim of his sails?
Sails on a PT boat?
Oh, not the boat, Sonny. The man. Cut of his jib.
No, I didn't notice that, but he was wearing crepe-soled shoes.
I'll tell you about this Hagen, matey. Fella once tried to board him. A customs officer, no less. What's up?
Picked him up 4 days later in a gill net with a fish gaff stove clean through his neck. Here, have another lifesaver. You may need it.
After he'd lashed me to my station at the bilge pump, Captain Pasoldi got his double-ended Monterey dory on a plotted course to Sausalito, he hoped, and we plunged recklessly into the fog. As nearly as I could catch his drift, there was a 50-50 chance that A, Hagen had found his engineer and would be halfway to the Farallone Islands before we could make it past Alcatraz, if we stayed afloat that long, or B, that he hadn't found his engineer and might be having trouble starting up those two diesels with the twin screws and the 2-to-1 reduction gears, whatever they are.
She lies, matey.
Which one?
Oh, about 5 points to port. The blue one with the high freeboard.
Uh-huh.
You get up on the port deck, matey. The ladder's round on the landing side. I'll swing round and put you on it.
Hey! Anybody home?
He's likely below, nursing them diesels. You got to rear back and holler, matey, like this. Ahoy! The sea queen!
I like that.
I know there is 'em. Captain Salty, board the Ledger Crabtree. The supercargo requests permission to board, sir. Who is he?
Spade! I want to talk to you, Hagen. Captain Salty.
What down, you clumsy lubber?
Where'd he get you?
Come writing note. That's a midship.
Here. How do you run this thing? I got to get you to shore.
That's throttle. There's your forward gear. Don't pull her back all the way. She'll die. Vacuum, thank you.
You lie still. What are you looking for?
Jumper pocket. Lifesaver. In case you need it. I don't know more. Best winds are here after quarter, matey. Remember
Okay,
that.
take it easy, Captain.
Keep her balanced. Don't let your jib ruffle. Keep her on course, matey. Keep...
Hey, Captain. Captain Salty. Sour ragged. I crawled over the rail and tried to make out Hagen's silhouette on the other boat. I could just barely make out the shape of the hull against the faint glow of light from the Sausalito shore. We drifted a few yards astern of Hagen's boat, but not out of rifle range. I wondered why. If he could see us well enough to drop Captain Salty, he'd let it go at that. Then I got it. He was listening. Somebody was pulling out from shore in a rowboat. I didn't waste any more time listening. I dug into Captain Salty's jumper pocket, fished out a waterproof pouch. I took his seaman's papers out of it. He didn't need them anymore. Wrapped it around my gun. Then I took off some clothes and eased myself over the side. I didn't swim for speed, but for distance, stopping now and then to make sure the man in the boat was still covering for me. Felt my way around the hull till I found the anchor rope. Just as I grabbed it, I heard him rest his oars.
Hagen, who's that? Eddie Love. What do you want? I've come after my sister. Go on home, Eddie. She's sailing with me. That's the way she wants it. You're lying. Wait a second. Come on out there, Dreamer.
What's happened?
Your brother's down there in the boat. Talk to him.
Well, what am I going to...
Talk to him.
All right. Eddie!
What's he done to you, sis?
I'm all right, Eddie. Everything's all right. Gus and I have decided... Go on home, Eddie.
He's lying to you. He knows you framed him. If you sail out with him, you won't come back.
No, Eddie.
I'm coming aboard.
Eddie, no. Gus, please. No, Eddie.
Drop it, Hagen. No. Drop the rifle. Go up. You're lousy, shameless.
Sam, did he hurt you?
No, I've been kicked in the stomach before. It takes a woman to kick you in the teeth.
I'm sorry.
I don't care what you did. What burns me up, you didn't do it right. I hate a bungler, especially a female bungler.
I'm a bungler. You're the one. It would have worked if you hadn't gone poking in the incinerator. I should have called the police. They'd have known what to do with evidence like that. They've been wanting to get something on Gorse ever since repeal.
Listen, Angel, any flatfoot could have seen through that setup. Eve Adams was sitting in front of a mirror when she was maced. She saw the murderer enter the room. She got it in the back of the head. That means she trusted whoever walked up behind her. That also means the evidence of a struggle was fake.
But the nail polish on Gorse's shirt.
You put that nail polish on her fingers after she was dead, laid that trail to the incinerator with a pair of Gorse's shoes where any flatfoot was supposed to think he'd try to destroy the incriminating shirt. But the dumbest thing you did was lying to me about that matching lipstick you dropped in my office. That made you look guiltier than anybody, because anybody could have planted that fake evidence.
I didn't kill her. I'm not a murderer.
Your brother might have got off easy. Crime of passion.
Oh, please don't say that. I can't bear the thought that after everything I did, it's all come to nothing.
Here. Have a lifesaver. You may need it. Period. And a report.
Oh, Sam. Poor Captain Facility.
P is silent. F is in for Sam. Go type that up.
All right, Sam.
Last one in the package.
And now, listen to this. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
I got.
What stopped you?
The last page of my notebook going to our shortage of supplies, Sam. But in a way, I'm glad. Because I didn't have to go through it again. I mean, poor Captain Basoli.
F, please. Please, now, honest, I'll buy you a new notebook, a nice fat one. Would you like that?
Oh, yes, Sam. There's always something so final about final pages of things. When I think of all the risks you take...
To say nothing of my clients. I think I'll put a new sign on the door. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Oh, but I haven't, Sam. Where there's a will, there's a wisp.
There's a what?
A wisp, Sam. Small amount.
Which reminds me, there's a couple of fingers left. Join me? Just a wisp?
Oh, no, Sam. One of us has got to have a clear head.
Well, it'll be me.
All the best. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Howard Duff can now be seen starring with Yvonne DiCarlo in Universal International's Technicolor production of Calamity Jane and Sam Bass. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.